everything that's in it. And which is more, you'll be a man, my son.
If like I wasn't a feminist, I don't know what I would be, if that makes sense. Like I don't really have like that's just all I know, I guess. And I guess I haven't really educated.
That actually makes sense.
You know what I mean?
Feminism is basically the air that we breathe, and it's the water we swim in, whether people know it or not. It's ingratiated in society. So you may not have any other position other than that. So if you say, I really don't know anything besides feminism, I believe you.
Thank you.
It's mainstream. Do you guys believe in the patriarchy?
But it's still a bad position. It's still like what you said, just saying.
And what is that? So what is the patriarchy?
It's patriarchy's when like men rule, right? Mostly, right?
Men rule, women drool. Wait, what? Okay, that's it.
No, that was my fault.
Say it. Can you say the patriarchy is awesome?
It's not bad. It's not bad.
The patriarchy is awesome.
That one is for you, Grid One Motorsports.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
And we're back. Whoa, a lot of echo. I do want to have echo. I don't know why I have echo. Still there? No, good. There we go. All right. How are you, Kat?
I am good. How are you?
Well, much better now that I got rid of that echo, man. That thing was killing me. How's everybody out in the chat land? Everybody good? We're getting off to a good start here. And had to add in my little feminism clip there. It's I've been drowning in it all week, it seems like, weekend. Just everywhere you turn, more and more feminism. And last night on Whatever was just hilarious, but sad as well. Very sad. Nothing but sad. What did you think, Kat? I know you said that you listened to some of it.
I was just listening to it, and my husband was laughing and going crazy. He never heard Andrew before, so everything Andrew said, he was like dying laughing.
Did your internet like bobble or something? Or was that on my end, or was that on your end?
I didn't have anything.
Oh, it seems like there's some lag going on. Yeah, it'll figure itself out. Well, I thought it was very funny most of the time. And sometimes it was just really sad. Like some of the things these girls were saying, especially the girls that came after Andrew in the name of defending the T-shirt tour girls. That was very interesting. I'd never seen someone go so far out of their way to defend people that normally they would not even like talk to. Basically, it's very funny, very interesting.
I didn't see that part. What was that?
Okay, so basically, do you? So I know that you're not like a huge fan of Andrew's, and you're not like really.
No, I like Andrew. I just don't want to be at the receiving end.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
Okay, so what? Right. Okay, so basically, a few weeks ago, Andrew had this girl, this pair. Andrew's on Whatever. Whatever had these girls, and I cannot remember their names. Somebody in the chat will remember their names. They're not important to me at all. But one of them was a reformed stripper, probably a prostitute that had performed a fetus deletus at some point, and then found God and is now, I think her husband is a pastor, and she claimed on the show to be a pastor, and then Andrew confronted her on it, and then she backed that down to that she was just witnessing to women, right? She was directing women because Andrew called her on that. Women cannot be pastors, and she backed that down a little bit. And yes, Patriot Barbie, thank you so much. And and so Andrew called them on all of their nonsense, right? Like what they wanted to do was to like market their t-shirts and their wares, these things that they're selling. They were on a national tour to do this, and Andrew basically shut them down. And he called them out on every single bit of their hypocrisy. And they did not like that. So the next morning they released a video about, that they cried all night. They were held prisoner there basically for 7 hours and all of this nonsense that was, none of it was really true. If you actually watch the show, they were very mean to the other girls, and they just didn't expect to have any pushback whatsoever, especially from Andrew. They felt like Andrew would be on their side because he is a man of God. And they were really shocked, I think, to have Andrew come at them so hard, which he should have, because they are, look, I don't know what their reality is, but it just didn't seem like they were very genuine to me. And I felt like Andrew was more than justified in going after them the way he did. And they made this video, and they've been trying to cancel him and whatever ever since. And it's really ridiculous. If you watch their videos, which I'm assuming that you haven't, if you watch their videos, it's crazy. Like, there's no way that any rational person would believe anything these women say. But the girl last night was calling Andrew out on it. Saying that she just couldn't believe he was so mean and that he was wrong and all of that. But the whole time Andrew's going easy on all, like, I've seen Andrew go after people and like he destroys people. Like he just like scorched earth, whatever you want to say. He is absolutely shellacks them, as they used to say in the olden days when I was a youngster. And he's does that. And he in my opinion, he did not do anything like crazy, right? Like, it was all really pretty simple, pretty straightforward, easy. And for whatever reason, they just lost their flipping minds. And the girls last night, he didn't even really go after them. He just defended himself against their allegations. And I kind of went after him a little bit because they were supporting, they were basically saying that Andrew is sinning by smoking and drinking and all of this, which are not sins. And they were ignoring, the fact that this woman had not only engaged in, if not prostitution, she was definitely a sinful woman, and performed the fetus deletus. That's murder. So they basically ignored all of the bad stuff on the female side, and they were really concentrating on Andrew, trying to call him out. And I thought it was low class. I thought it was really low tier. And the entire panel was nothing but feminist, except for like two of them claimed not to be feminist, but they did not actively get involved in anything. So it was an interesting show. It was very interesting. So the yeah, and did you probably missed the bear in the woods thing,
No,
right? The hour and
I
a half
saw,
or 2
yeah, I
hours that they
saw
spent on that.
most of it. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the craziest thing ever. Like, are women in this country so
Yes.
jacked up on
Brainwashed.
on feminism that they honestly believe that over 50% of the men are more likely to attack them than to help them? Is that realistic? Do you think that, as a female?
The new generation, yes. The younger girls, how I see them act around men, they're terrified of men. And it's really weird. Like, if someone wants to talk to them, just like a normal conversation, oh, hey, what drink do you have? Or hey, nice shoes. Where'd you get them? I want to get them for my girlfriend. They freak out like, this guy's going to kill me.
That's nuts. I mean, that's absolutely crazy. You know, and I just really, I'm having a hard time with it. I really am. It's really an interesting dynamic, right? It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. It's absolutely nuts. I every time I think about it, it drives me crazy because I'm actually one of those guys that would stop on the side of the road and help someone. Right? I have done that. I was out with when I was in college. I was out with my girlfriend one night, and there was a woman that had driven off halfway into a ditch, and she couldn't get her minivan out. So I got her minivan out for her, and of course, she offered me money, and I refused it. That's how people really are in the real world. Now, I understand that most of so I think somebody help me out here because I did not catch the first part of the show. Were there last night on whatever were at least two of the girls foreigners? They were from another country. Is that right? I don't remember, but it feels like there were a couple that were like they were constantly saying in my country. So I don't know if that meant, that they actually lived there or were over here visiting, or if they lived there and were just kind of hanging out, or had lived there and moved here permanently. They were permanent residents now. Yeah, I thought there was the one Ukrainian American, but no one else. Okay, good. All right. So here's the thing. None of these girls, most of them, I feel like, have grown up in California, which is an exceedingly liberal place where the scumbags go. Scumbags don't live where I live for very long, because some dude somewhere sees another man abusing a woman is going to whip your ass. And maybe not right now, but at some point there's going to be a reckoning, right? Like, nobody gets to do that. Like, you get called out all the time, man to man, right? Where I'm from. I don't know how it is in Miami. Miami could be kind of like a mini LA. I don't really know.
No, it's not LA at all.
No. But out here in the sticks, in the great state of Tennessee, I'm going to change my glasses real quick. Out here in the great state of Tennessee, if somebody knows that you're abusing your wife or girlfriend, or you're being a jackass, you are going to get called out on it. And not only are you going to get called out on it, you're probably going to get your ass beat. And if you continue it, and it could be your brother, it could be your uncle, it could be your dad, it could be your best friend, it could be your neighbor next door. Some other dude is going to come into your life and whip your ass, and that's just the way it is. Now, I don't know how the rest of the world operates, but around here, that's just how that is. And I was just raised differently. I can't understand how these women are so afraid of men. That's just crazy.
I have a theory that it's because they're raised by single moms.
So they asked one of the girls that on the show last night. They did, and she said that didn't she say that she had, somebody in the chat on it? Didn't she say that she had the that her dad did live with her? But maybe I'm wrong about that. See, a lot of
it's like a beta male.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, California, man, it's soy boys and just people jacked up on coke and all of that crap. It's just not real. And we're having it's interesting that there's such an extreme example that it's hard to even, for most people, to even understand how extreme it is, right? Like, it's crazy for me to think about this stuff. Like, I have a hard time with it. I mean, I know it exists. I've lived in California, but even where I was in California wasn't that bad. It just wasn't. Yeah, Chip and Flint says that she did have a father, but that guy was a weak ass bitch of a man. Damn, son. that's nuts. That's pretty crazy. I have some theories about it too. I think that, first of all, I think they're virtue signaling off the chart. Like if you caught them out on campus, they probably wouldn't say that stuff like one-on-one, but you put them in front of a camera and give them a little bit of fame, and it's just like they jack it up to the moon, right? So first, I think there's some virtue signaling involved. Second, I think there's a group think when you get that many liberal, leftist, feminist in one place that just whatever the first person says, they all say it. I don't know. What do you think about that, Kat? I'm sorry. I'm like dominating conversation.
No, we used to do experiments in psychology on that. Like somebody would they'd be in a waiting room, somebody would start jumping up and sitting down, jumping up and sitting down, and then everybody else would start jumping up and sitting down. There'd be one person who had no idea what was going on, and after a while they always started doing it just to fit in.
Right. Yeah, they just do it to fit in. Scott H. Metal, I'm assuming heavy metal. What part of rural Tennessee are you in, brother? Where you at? Let me know. Yeah, tone policing, that's the other thing. What is it with all of the tone policing lately? What's going on with that? It's crazy to me. That there's so many women out there that if you say the wrong thing, they just beat you down. And it's not what you said. They'll say, "Oh, we agree with what you say." You just can't say it that way. Use different words. You're not nice enough. You didn't say that nicely. What is it? Come on. What is it with that?
Therapy type. Going too much therapy and they kind of get rotten in the brain.
Okay. All right. And we're going to get into therapy. We're going to do that. Scott Northwest. So like Morristown, up in the Tri-Cities area. Where you at, man? I'm in the exact middle of Tennessee. I like literally the geographical center of Tennessee is less than a mile from me. So, okay. All right, cool, man. I've been in that area a little bit. I'm going to be over in Oak Ridge next weekend shooting a match. I'm in Spencer this weekend shooting a match. I'm going to throw down some stuff. Let's see what, man, the chat is you guys are going too fast, man. You guys gotta keep, man. I'm old, man. I can't, you guys gotta slow down a little bit. So Kat, now that I've ranted enough about, I probably ranted enough about the whatever show last night, and the horrible experience that these poor lasses suffered under the gaze. Not even, he wasn't even there, not his presence, but merely his gaze of Andrew Wilson.
Well, yeah. I agree with Andrew and I'm scared of him. So that just, I don't know.
You're not scared of, come on now. She'd mentioned that her dad would hide from an intruder. So that's not right. That's not right. That's why women are weak as fuck. I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you. There's no way that you can be a strong woman without strong leadership. I don't know if Kat will back me up on that, but I feel like.
Well, yeah, because if you have to lead, you become like a nervous, psychotic, triggered wreck.
Yeah.
As a woman.
Yeah, I'll go with that. Yeah, I agree. Well, I don't want to die. I don't want to like review the entire whatever podcast. Like you guys most of you guys probably watched it. If you didn't, I highly suggest go watch it. Andrew's a rock star and does the Lord's work in many, many ways. And it's a great time. I want to kind of move on. And we started a topic last week and we kind of got interrupted because we had Cheeks come on and then we had Andrew on for a little while. And we were just, it kind of like got sidetracked. So we were talking last week about, or the last show, about how long should women expect men to wait for sex when they meet, and we kind of evened out, right? That what we consider and I don't like the term high value man, but an attractive man with options, if he's really worth having, as long as the female is putting out the right energy, the right signals, and doing fulfilling the girlfriend role, they would probably wait for sex. I was talking to a friend of mine about this. What about for older ladies when they're getting close to menopause? And because my buddy's like, it's and I'm not going to out him who it is. I mean, he's actually younger than me. I think his wife is hitting menopause a little bit early. He said, it's been a year. And she's like, she kind of tacitly gave him permission to go to Vegas one weekend and just do whatever, because, it's been a year for him. And, he's still a pretty young dude. What do you think about that, Kat? Where you at?
I'm old and I'm almost going to go through menopause, and I have no problems in that area. So I can't relate.
Can't relate. Okay. I obviously can't relate. I have, I feel like I'm 19, so I'm not.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting dynamic, right? Like, we would be very, very harshly against it if we're talking about a fertile woman and her dude, and saying, look, there's no, you can't do that. But once it's kind of like, well, she's not, they've exhausted that option's expired. What does the guy do, right? So I have my own opinion on this. I'm not gonna give that just yet, but I'm very interested, because I'm actually interested to see what the chat says about this. I see that Craig M is covering his bases as a married man. There's no way I'm answering that, and he says, because the wife is probably watching. Scott says, know several women that went through it in their late 30s. Wow, that's like super young. And what if it is the opposite? What if the man has hormone imbalances, which you've talked about in your channel, I've listened to you, has hormone imbalances and just can't perform, and his husbandly duties. What about this? So we have it. It's a very interesting conversation. Now, I'm going to refrain from my personal opinion. I'll get to it in just a second. But anybody else got any want to throw some lighter fluid on the fire? So where's Ticky Tack? Apparently Ticky Tack said something interesting. Oh no, that's talking about the bear. All right, so I'll just go ahead and I'll give my answer. So here's the thing. Sex at that point, sex is not the issue in my relationship, and I would not be okay with it on either side. Still, it's monogamy. It's a real thing. It's got to stay monogamous. Death do you part. Sickness and in health. All of the vows mean something to me. That doesn't mean that everybody believes that, or I get it, but and at some point my wife will go through it, right? I mean, it's just something we all have to face as men and women. And it's an interesting conversation because we normally focus on the very young in our relationship talks. But a big reason that men leave their wives is that. Now, women don't leave men for that, I don't think. I don't know. Men leave women because they get unhappy and they have the golden
both
parachute.
of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. So I'm very interested. I was very interested to talk about that because I told my buddy, I'm like, look, dude, he's a little bit of a degenerate anyway. So, man, you need to really think about this. And and he actually just needs to get to church more. Like he doesn't go to church enough. I mean, that's not my answer for everything, but it's becoming a more common answer than you didn't hear me tear cheeks up the other night, did
No.
you? That was great. Because literally everything Cheeks would say, I'm like, go to church, man. Go to church. Go to church. Just stop talking. Go to church. And he was having none of it. He's like, no, man, I'm fine. I'm good. I can't go to church. I'm like, yeah, you can. So very funny. And not necessarily just to hear the message. I understand that he's somewhat religious, but I'm talking about he needs a community. He needs a group of people to support him because it's just his personality. We got a message here. ZT Den is in menopause and do not lack drive. It's the opposite from wow. Okay, treat it like any other sickness. I would not abandon him if he had cancer and could not perform. See, that's the right answer. That's a winning answer. That is the exact right answer. And this is all about part of that being a better human being, right? Like at some point we're all going to grow old. We all like to think when we're dating that it's like we're going to stay rock stars the rest of our life and be super hot, hard bodies forever. But the truth is we get old, and that's just part of it. And it's interesting how many people. What's really interesting and kind of, obviously my buddy was talking about it, that made me think about it a little bit. But what really got me is how often Andrew's attacked for being old and how he can't understand anything that anyone, and I do too, I'm an old, and they, they attack me because I'm old and why are you watching whatever? You're an old guy. And I'm like, well, I mean, honestly, not much has changed since I was doing it. So let me, go back to the drawing board there, Junior. I can't keep up with the chat tonight. These guys are like just flying by. Let's see. Full speed ahead. All right, Zeke. Awesome. Great. Let's see what Arthur. I do, however, think it's important to make an effort to satisfy your husband sexually, assuming you don't have major medical impediment. Yeah, sure. Perfect. Yeah, it's a good answer. Good answer. I like it. I think if a woman has a strong bond with Jesus, she can get through anything. Yeah, I go with that. Nick, good job. Depends how you age, right? Yeah, okay. I don't want to I'm not putting that up there, pal. I'm sorry. Additional person to get married and have kids. Yeah, sex is just, yeah, okay. This is, Slop has some, that's a good insight for a young, he's a young guy. Slop is a young guy. He's a college guy, college student. And, but he's right. That's exactly right. I just thought that was an interesting topic. It didn't go quite as far as I thought it might, because I honestly thought there'd be like a lot of argument and pushback, but seems like everybody's just kind of in agreement. My job here is done. All right, Kat, I caught your show the other day about all of the hormones and that sort of thing for women.
Yeah.
Have you done any like study or anything into what how it affects men as well as women and that sort of thing? Or you want? I don't want to like go too deeply down it because it can get kind of dry and
yeah. For men, it's the same thing as women, just the endocrine disruptors and the environment and the food, lowering testosterone. It's the lowest testosterone we've had. And it's funny that you mentioned the whole, if they can't have sex, can you cheat thing? Because now it's becoming more of the guys and the girls are okay. Because now the girls have too much hormones and the guys have too much estrogen and not enough testosterone.
Yeah, that's actually a real thing, I think. I find it very interesting how I find it very interesting how weak my perception of most youth are. And I'm not talking about, I'm sure they work out, but there's when I was younger, it's like we called it farm boy strength or old man strength or whatever. It's like these guys that just were strong because they worked hard every day, and they really didn't know the limits of their strength. They just, whatever needed to be done, they got it done. And so you would see like these bodybuilder gym rat type guys get into scuffles with these older men or even farm boys, and just get punked. I mean, just beat down. And, you know, like it's this idea of what your muscle is made of and what, you know, how you're it's not just the workout routines and all of that. It's just the lifestyle, right? Like these guys are not eating creatine 4 meals a day, right? Like they're actually eating, like they're getting up and eating bacon and eggs and that kind of, like, real ones from their chickens out back. And it's very interesting. It's very interesting. I have not done any real studies on that kind of thing. I've never really, I guess I don't care enough about it because for me personally, my diet is, my diet doesn't really seem to really affect my behavior. But I actually knew this girl once that, like, specific dairy products, especially some kinds of cheese, some specific cheeses, the way they were aged or whatever, it just wrecked her. Just wrecked her.
Histamines.
Yeah, something. It just absolutely put her off. And now with the hormonal birth control, the way that you know, all the research suggests that it just screws with women's brains and brain chemistry to the point that they could actually marry somebody that they were not attracted to at all. And that is really scary. Like, you imagine coming out of that one day and just being like, who is this person I married?
Yeah.
Why am I living with them?
I remember my husband was in school and he told me, we learned about birth control, get off of it. And I'm like, okay, but I have bad periods. I don't want to be off of it. Then I'm going to get, you know, pain and whatever. And he's like, I don't care. We'll deal with it. Just get off of it.
Yeah.
And I was so messed up after getting off it because I had been on it for 10 years just for my cycle because my periods were so bad. And when I got off of it, it took a year or 2 years of crying every night for no reason. Like, you could not control your emotions. You're just like a roller coaster. But thankfully, everything was wonderful in my life. So I'm like, it's not anything. But imagine just being a regular woman who doesn't have that, like, understanding that nothing's really wrong. It's your hormones. They'd probably be blaming everybody. This is your fault, or you did this to me. I hate my job.
Right.
I hate my this. I hate that.
Well, and the reason I've kind of led this conversation in this direction is, sorry, I did not mute my phone again. I'm really bad about it. Literally every damn show I do it. The reason I kind of led this down that path is because I think that a lot of the issues that we currently have in relationships are due to women not really treating themselves right. They get on these fad diets, they take hormonal birth control, they take all kinds of supplements because some moron on TV said that taking 300 milligrams of witch hazel every day is going to make you better, or whatever makes you better, right? Like, I don't know, St. John's wort or whatever, you know, taking, doing all this stuff. And it just fucks them up. And I have a friend of mine who his girlfriend right now is coming out of that. Like, it was interesting. Like, I was driving the other day listening to your show and I was thinking, that's what this girl's going through. She's literally coming out of all of that. Like, he literally threw away a, bathroom size wastebasket full of supplements that she took every day.
And were they just off the internet?
Yeah, just random shit, like the infomercial people, or
yeah.
What's the whatever. I don't even know what magazines you girls read anymore. I don't know.
No magazines.
Whatever the online guru, Vogue, whatever people said, oh, this is the greatest thing to make you feel happy.
Probably a TikToker or a YouTuber that they follow.
Whatever it was. And so it's like detoxing. It's like a drug addiction. It's like coming off of drug addiction, And
you never go back to before. Never.
Yeah. And, so I feel very lucky. My wife has never been on birth control. But looking back on some of my relationships in the past, I have to wonder if some of the women that I really thought were just completely psycho were actually completely psycho, because they were so messed up on all of this nonsense that they're fed every day, and the lies and the advertising, and even doctors, just prescribing crap that they don't even know what it does. Like they can't explain the side effects. That's crazy. And again, I was listening to your show the other day, and I thought, that's an interesting thing to talk about, because there's a lot of men out there who wonder why this girl that they've invested all this time in, that they are having a great relationship and everything's going great, and it's like a fucking switch, and all of a sudden she's a demon and just doesn't want anything to do with them, completely turns on them, and throws, and just trashes everything. And I know that there's a lot of men out there that really wonder, what the hell, man? Like, what did I do? So, listening to what you were saying the other day was very good. Can you like condense that and maybe take some of the womeny part, because we got mostly dudes here. They're not going to want to hear about.
Well, they're going to want to be with a woman eventually. They have to deal with women.
Come on.
The best advice I could say is do functional medicine. Don't go to a regular doctor, ever. Don't ever go to a regular doctor. If you have hormone problems, get on bioidentical hormones. Never get on synthetic stuff with a prescription. It has to be bioidentical from a compounding pharmacy, never covered by insurance. Everything is out of pocket that's decent in this country. So if you try to get insurance to pay for something, they're going to give you poison every time. There's no way around it. And you have to check all of your ingredients. You have to check where everything's from, how it's made, how it's stored, the container it's in. It has to matter. Every little minute detail can ruin your hormones. And it's almost as if we're in a toxic soup that's designed to make us crazy and infertile. It's perfectly designed for this. This is not a coincidence.
Yeah. Arthrodia. I'm old, so don't make fun of me. Okay. Don't make fun of me. Let's see. Almost the equivalent of giving teenage boys testosterone for 10 years straight with no explanation and no side effect management. Right. You're going to have some aggressive young men. That's for sure. Feminism. I make fun of it. Yes, I do. Did my marriage it? Yeah, I don't do that. That's its job. It did its job. Scott, married 22 years. That's awesome, dude. That's a win. I'll even put that up there for you, man. That's a win. I handled enough brake cleaner. Me too, man. I'm going to be honest. I've had a lot of chemicals around me and never had any real problems. You're not in college? You're college dropout. Oh, you know what? You told me that. Yeah, you told me that. That's all right. Well, he's still young, though. You're in college. So that's all very interesting, Kat. I think that adds, I think, just listening to most of my male friends, because I don't really have any female friends, talk, they're always wondering why shit goes sideways, right? Like everything's going great, and then it goes sideways. Like they're just completely like, what's going on? Or, you meet somebody and the girl is like completely sane, normal, friendly, happy, everything's great. 3 days later, it's like a switch, completely psychotic. And I've actually had that experience. That was fun, but not very cool. Not very cool. That's good. I mean, I was not aware of bioidentical. Is that what you said?
Yeah, it's bioidentical hormones. So I take progesterone because birth control made my estrogen sky high. And sky high estrogen is the growth hormone, so it'll make things like cancers grow, makes things bigger in estrogenic areas, butt, boobs, thighs, they get bigger when you have too much estrogen. And it looks okay, but then you get more cancer. So you
Cancer's
need
bad.
the progesterone to balance it out.
Okay. Yeah, cancer's bad. Don't get cancer. Cancer's bad.
Yes.
Cancer's bad. All right. Well, that was a great discussion. I like that discussion. I don't know that we can go much further on it, but that was great. I like that. It was really good. I'm really happy about that because it was it. I was just, like I said, I was driving. I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You know, that it really does. And just to kind of go forward, you know, there's a lot of things that men are put on that drive them nuts too. And like I know some guys that were like pretty normal until they went on their meds, and then they were never the same after that. So
Like antidepressants?
Yeah, antidepressants, SSRIs, all of that. I mean, you know, it's interesting now that everybody's starting to say, well, you know, it's a problem, right? It's a problem. It's a problem. It's a problem. Well, it was obviously a problem when people were like jumping off buildings and, you know, running into traffic. You know, that was a problem. I mean, it seems like a really obvious problem. And it's just very interesting that for all of our medical science, we seem to really dislike calling out bad medicine. We really
think
do.
it's primarily in the West. In other countries, they do not treat people like we do here. This is very unique to the West. If you go to
It
like
is.
Middle Eastern countries and you have cramps, they will never suggest birth control. They will say you need to eat more protein, stay away from carbs, stay away from sugar, more protein, but like tons of protein, animal protein, real food.
Right. No vegan crap.
Yeah, women need meat.
Yeah.
And they don't want to admit it. And then they try to be vegan because they're animals. And then
Yeah. Vegan will kill you. I mean, that's, you know.
If you do it properly, it can be okay. But you'd have to grow your own food. So I don't trust anything.
Somebody in the chat will know this. Who is the girl who was like on this banana protein diet thing, and she like died?
Mm-hmm.
She literally died, and that was nuts. Why wouldn't you just eat? You know, it's food. It's there to be eaten. I don't know. That's crazy, man. And I think it's a bone of contention with a lot of people. What I don't understand, and I've never heard anyone be able to explain this to me, is why, if you're going to go date a girl,
would you date a vegan?
Would you even begin to date a vegan? Right? Like, first of all, they're not that cute. Like, there's always some weirdness to their body, weirdness to their shape or their hair. Their hair's all like straw. I mean, I've never met a vegan that I was like, that bitch hot. Like, she's smoking. I've never met one. Never.
I've seen one, but she grew all her own fruits and vegetables in her own backyard. No pesticides. That's it. Only one.
I mean, you got to have the animal fats. You've got to have the proteins. You've got to have all of those things. You know, I mean, there's a lot of documentation now that's being taken more seriously. It's been this way for a long time. People just didn't want to believe it, that you need actual animal fat. Like, that actually makes your body work better than if you're getting like seed oils. Like, seed oils, especially they're very specific ones that are pretty toxic if you look at it. Like, bad stuff. And it's and nobody can agree on it. The weirdest part is nobody wants to agree. Like, everybody's got, well,
there's money involved.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of money involved, right? And you know, for a lot, and you know, guys, look, this isn't just a dating podcast show. This is a lifestyle. This is, you know, and I wanted to talk about health. I happen to be, you know, you guys know that I was injured, and I if I totally fucked up my leg, and I'm like, I mean, if you ask me, I'm like 95%. If you ask my orthopedist based on my last exam, he's going to say like 85%. But I'm the operator. I'm the owner operator. I get to decide. And so a lot of this stuff is very interesting to me because I can actually tell a difference in how my joints feel because of the injuries. If I eat mostly, if I eat less meat and lean meats, like if I eat a lot more chicken than beef and fatty stuff, if I eat less of that and more carbs, more bread, more fried, not fried stuff, but more like, I guess, whatever, cooked in seed oils, I can actually tell a difference after a few days in my mobility. Like my knee and my hip were not happy. If I go back to eating mostly animal fats and, because I bounce back and forth between eating a almost keto diet and to some breads. But it's I can actually tell a difference, man. Like instantly. I mean, not instantly. It takes a couple of 3 days. And I'm not a seed oil supporter at all. I think they're toxic. So I don't know. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I have very similar experiences whenever I have low protein, low animal protein. I'll have more pains, more hormone problems. Everything gets worse.
Yeah.
You look worse.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
More swelling, more bloating.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Freely, the banana girl. Yeah, they died on that all fruit diet. That's crazy. Why would you do that? Like, that's nuts. I mean, they should have had some nuts, but they didn't. They all fruit. I don't know. So I'm not going to get into my specific diet, but I eat a lot of Wagyu. So
money.
No, come on. It's not that bad. I had at farmer's market the other day. It's so good. So good. He had some smoked Wagyu bacon. I can't wait to try it. Can't wait. Probably tomorrow morning. We'll see. Yeah. So, yeah, it's American Wagyu. Come on, man. It's it's actually low. So I actually am fortunate enough. I live in a farming community where I literally know the guy. If I want, I can buy half a cow right now. Like if I can go like, hey Wayne, I need half a cow, and he'd be like, yeah, okay. So, but yeah, I just find it really interesting the things that we feed ourselves and how it affects our attitudes and our, just it's very interesting. It's very interesting to me. It's probably really boring to everybody else in the audience that is watching this.
I remember when I would pick up my kid from school, if they had cupcakes and cake because it was somebody's birthday, she'd be screaming and crying in a couple hours after I took her home every single time. So
That
now
crack,
whenever,
man.
every
It's
time
the
she
crack.
cries, I'm like, what sugar did you have? What did you eat? And then she's like, it's not that. I'm like, tell me what you ate. Well, there was a cupcake involved. Always.
Yeah, it's an interesting deal, I think. I don't know what I really don't. Of course, I'm not smart enough to understand all of the intricacies of anybody's diet, not even my own. But what I do know is that for right now, I feel like that we eat a lot of things that we should not eat because they're convenient, because it's easy, because just pick the reasons, right? And And that affects everything in our lives, including how we relate to each other, how we relate it to our jobs. And the, I mean, I worked for, I don't think it really mattered what I ate for a number of years because I was always working. I couldn't physically eat enough to maintain the energy level that I needed to work. But once I slowed down, it literally, like, everything matters, like everything. It feels like it anyway. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Maybe I'm overreacting. So, that's funny. I look through the butcher's glass like I do diamonds through the jeweler's glass. Yeah, no kidding, man. Go find your farmers, man. I've actually, there's in almost every area in the country except, well, even California has a lot of farmers, but most areas in the country, you're going to find a farming community, and they're going to have where you can go and look at the living animal and say, that one, I want that one. I've done that before. And then when they cut out the bacon or they cut out the steaks, and they, you prepay for them. And I've done that many years. I think that everybody, look, if you go and spend money at the butcher every week, it costs a fair amount of money. If you make a deal with the farmer to go halves on an animal, it's pretty close to the same money, but the amount of meat you get and the quality of the meat you get is so much better. So much. And I'm a big fan of it. And I actually bought a freezer just so I can buy a half a cow. and I can buy pork steaks, and I can buy whole haunches and that sort of thing, because otherwise you spend a ton of money. You do. And I go to farmers markets. I go to a lot of farmers markets. There's a lot of things in life that seem like small things that make huge differences. And we've talked a lot about, on this show, I've talked a lot about money. We've talked a lot about, women, and we talked a lot about we've talked a little bit about religion and things like that. And we'll continue. We got lots of that stuff coming down the road. But it's just let's talk a little bit about some healthy stuff, right? Like, I personally don't eat a lot of fruit. I don't think that humans were designed to eat fruit, and I don't eat a lot of fruit. I think that it doesn't do me any good to eat a lot of fruit. And I don't like a lot of sugar, really. It jacks me up. I'm nervous anyway. Like, you guys can't see it, but I'm sitting here. I have a lot of nervous energy. My knee is always like, 100 miles an hour. I have a lot of nervous energy anyway. So me on sugar is like crazy town. Don't want that. But yeah. Addicted to artichokes. Man, I love artichokes, man. With butter. Oh, so good. So good. If you were to drop let's see what we got. If you were to drop the blood sugar levels, you would go unconscious and heart would stop. You can't 100% operate on ketones. Your body makes the glucose even on a ketogenic diet. That's correct. And you can't, look, too much of any one thing is bad. As I didn't say that, like for me, I still eat some sugar. I have kids. It's almost impossible not to. Kat could probably back that up. She has a young one. I've never had a guilty conscience. I think that's one of the reasons why I'm able to, at 53, look like I'm much younger. And I sleep very well at night, and I've never spent a night in a hospital. I think one of the reasons is because every night before I go to bed, I make peace with every single thing I did that day. I resolve it. I do not go to bed with regrets. If I have a regret, before I go to sleep, I solve it. If I can't solve it that night, I have a plan to solve it the next day so I can get some sleep. You're an idiot if you think you can carry regret with you and it not harm you. You will turn into an old person really quick, carrying around regret and guilt. And I just don't do that. I've refused to. And I started that in high school. Like, I don't remember even who told me that, but we were sitting around one night. I remember the conversation. I just don't remember who told me. And that we were talking about it. And the guy was like, I don't have any regrets at all. I'm like, that's impossible. He's like, nope. Every single night, I make peace. I say my prayers. I go to bed. That's it. Done. I don't think about it anymore. And I do the same thing every night. Every single night. If my wife and I have an argument, we do not go to sleep until that argument is settled. And I don't mean we just call it, we're just not going to fight anymore tonight. I mean, it has to be settled. If I have to be up till 3 o'clock in the morning, that's the wages of sin. And I will pay it. I don't understand how people live the way they do sometimes. Why can you, how could you go through life with festering anger in your gut? How could you go through life with guilt, knowing that you cheated somebody or knowing that you did the wrong thing or you said the wrong thing? How is it that it is possible to do that and not have your hair turn white early, not age yourself, your health suck, and all of these things that are directly related to your mental condition? How is it that anyone thinks that they can get by otherwise? How does that happen? Where do you think that is? How does that make you how do you resolve that with yourself?
Denial, ignoring
Denial. Right. Well, lunacy is a completely different subject, young man or old man. I don't know. You might be older than me. I don't know. You talk a lot like a young man. I don't know. Right. If you live an honest life, you will never have regrets. There are things that I have regretted, but I make peace with those every single night of my life. It's the best habit you can get into. If you're 20 years old or you're 12 years old, if you're 100 years old, make peace with everything you do. And I honestly think that's why my grandmother lived to be 104. I think that she never went to bed regretting anything or having anything that was unresolved. Every night she went to bed, she slept peacefully. And it's not just that you go to bed that way. It's just that at the end of the day, as part of your process, your mental download, however you want to say it, you make peace. Did I do the right thing? No, I didn't. Can I do better tomorrow? Yeah, I absolutely can. Okay, good. Let's go to bed. And be honest with yourself. Only you know if you're lying to yourself, right?
I have another one.
Okay, go.
You know how people, they don't forgive people who did them wrong?
Yes.
And it just festers and you can see it on them for their whole lives.
Mm-hmm.
I can always see when someone refuses to forgive and they feel entitled to have that.
That actually dovetails into the next thing I wanted to talk about tonight. So this is like freestyle. And I didn't tell you anything because I really like raw, I just really want you to think about, I really don't want you to have time to research and study. I really want raw stuff. And we've talked around this before, but you know how up until recently, and by recently, I mean the last 10 years, we didn't have camera phones. We didn't have people videoing everything every moment of the day. So you could have moments of indiscretion. You could have what could potentially be a life-changing episode, right? Where you just throw a fit, break a window, kick a car, and nobody would know. You get it out, you walk away, and it's done. But not anymore. Not anymore. Right now, if you do any of that, more than likely somebody's filming it. If you're not filming it yourself, and it's somewhere out there. And even if it's not, in the back of your mind, that kids today, they always think, was I caught doing that? Is somebody going to like out me on this? Because there's so many cameras out there. There's so many people. And if you're not on camera, there are people that just won't let it go anyway. If somebody sees you do something and they will never let it go. And how damaging is that to the psyche of the entire nation? And I brought all of this up, this whole line of subject, because I mentioned this before, and I don't think that people really look at this properly. Have you ever like gone to an Amish community? Have you ever like studied them, talked to them, anything like that, or Mennonite? Either way, we have more Mennonite around here than Amish, but the Amish are amazing. You know, they have like ridiculously low levels of illness.
Yeah,
ridiculously low. Their children don't cry. There's actually a doctor who went in and studied this phenomenon and wrote a book about it. That their children don't cry.
and in Africa too.
Their kids behave themselves not out of fear. They're not afraid of punishment. They just do it. They're the most purely religious people that I can think of off the top of my head. They literally live it every single moment of their day. The clothes they wear, the food they eat, the people they associate with, everything. No autism. There's no spectrum. There's no such thing as an Amish spectrum. Period. It just doesn't exist. There's very little cancer. What is it about them, this group of people, that's different than everyone else?
They have everything we don't.
Right. They marry for life. They very rarely divorce. They very rarely.
Food's real.
Right.
Real food, real community.
Community. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No isolation.
No vaccinations.
No technology.
They're actually not isolated because they interact quite a bit, really. And they do have some, like, and Mennonites especially do that, but always working. And they have a ordered day. Every single day. They get up, they do this, they do that, they do this, they do that, they do this, they do that, they go to bed. How amazing.
Going outside.
They're outside. They don't go to bars. They don't drink alcohol. They don't do all of these things. And yet we wonder, why are our kids so fucked up? Why can't we have real relationships? Why is everyone so fucked up? We're wondering all of this stuff, and these guys, they don't wonder that at all. It's an interesting thing, because everything that we've talked about, all of the drugs, the hormones, they don't have those problems. All of the food issues, they don't have those problems. They butcher their own food. Right? They're not going to Winn-Dixie or Kroger's or wherever and buying. Well, I don't think Winn-Dixie exists anymore. Maybe one or two. I think there's one in Woodbury, but they don't do it. It's really impressive when you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
And they are happy. They're not. They're stoic, right? Like, I don't know if you've ever actually like talked to them, but especially around people they don't know, they're stoic. Like, if you get one to smile, like, that's like, they like you a lot.
Mm-hmm.
but they're very polite. We have tons of Mennonite around here. We have some Amish, but mostly Mennonite. It's great. It's interesting to just look at their community and look at what they have and what we don't, and try and understand the difference. Why is it that we are so fucked up and we have every modern convenience? We have surgery, we have on demand, we have doctors, we have medicines, all of that.
We have everything we don't need and nothing we do.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting stuff, you know? And I think people try and like segregate various parts of it. They like to say, well, you know, the Amish don't have, you know, they eat better because they grow their own food. Yeah, that's part of it. They read more because they don't have TVs. They read. Okay, yeah, that's part of it too. They work very hard. Like, okay, yeah, that's part of it too. I think it's the whole thing, and it's a way. I'm not saying that we should all go back to that way of life. I mean, certainly, look at the technology. Look at the technology that I'm using right now, but
I'm okay without it.
You're okay without it?
Yeah, I'm fine. I don't need it that bad.
You don't need it that bad? Okay. I feel like that the reality is that we can maintain our modern life to some degree as long as we accept that we have to also take in a more traditional aspect of life as well. Real food, real emotions, like actually talk to people in a very real way, like very honest. Real religion. I mean, I don't know that, I certainly am not someone to tell somebody what religion that they need to have, but you probably should pick one and go practice it and, be better. It's very interesting to me. I just, kind of probably killed, it was kind of a buzzkill there, but it's just so interesting. And all of the things that we've talked about tonight, all of their interpersonal problems, all of the food problems, everything, they don't have those problems at all. So it's very interesting. It's crazy. And then Mr. Bully says they also make very high quality furniture. They do. You can't. They can't do that. You can simp, but she is married. Been married for like 20 years. Am I right? 20. Yeah. So yeah.
And I'm very old, so it's probably weird.
Good luck. Good luck with that. I don't think your simping's gonna pan out for you. But sure, why not? I won't ban you just because it's kind of pathetic. Let's see. Mennonite communities in my neck of woods preach joy through duty and restraint. That is absolutely true. Let's see. When I lived in Missouri, we had a huge Amish community, and they would only come to the hospital when disease was very late stage and often too late. That is true. That is very true. So there are downsides, but it's very interesting. Flint's grandma is Pennsylvania Dutch, part of Lutheran flight from Germany, Amish, Mennonites, etc. And those people are constantly moving. Even during relaxation, she is moving. Yeah. It drives my wife nuts because she can actually sit perfectly still. I cannot. I'm always moving. I have to move. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we got a lot of good comments. Very good. They're extremely patient. It's very easy to be patient when everything is right in your life. I'm very patient because it doesn't matter. And it's interesting because I think that people will say, well, and this is, I'm going to get into this. So my wife, a nurse, used to work for a doc that delivered babies for a large Amish community. A midwife would deliver at their homes. That's correct. That's exactly how that happens. I do not simp for Brian and Andrew. I back them up. I'm the backup. I'm the guy they call when they need stuff done. Where was I going to go with this? It was something. Something. I got to go back and read the comments again. Because I was going to say something. Messed up in modernity. No, this I probably make everything they use. Yeah, that's true. Pennsylvania does purpose-driven people. Yeah, yeah, I don't. I've had a train of thought and I lost it because I had too many comments to read. Man, you guys are crazy tonight. It's awesome. Where was I going with that? It just seems to me, it strikes me that we have a bunch of different things that in our modern life really causes us a lot of issues. We have a lot of stress because it's hard to know what to eat. It's hard to know who to talk to, who to be real with. Is that the way to say that? Who to be real? Who you can show your true self to? Because a lot of people 100% believe that literally everybody is out to get them all of the time. And, when you're living in so much stress all the time, it's just not good. It's just not good for your body. It's not good for your soul. It's not good for anything. I can't think of any good that comes from it. So it's an interesting deal to me. I've always been pretty low stress myself. I'm high energy, but low stress. I don't know if that makes sense, but I just don't worry about things that I can't control. I can't change. If I can't change somebody's opinion, I can't change something that broke. And I kind of remember where I was going. So this week has been it started out like a horrible, horrible week. Right. I had, in one of my rental units. So I have a rental unit. It's not that old a house, but it's just got some problems lately. I don't know. So we had a leaking drain. The tenant called me up. Hey, we think the drain's leaking under the house. Kind of stinks. Can you get somebody to look at it? Sure. I thought an animal had gotten under there and died. That's happened before. No big deal. Sent a guy over. Sure enough, I think it was the tub drain or the sink drain was leaking, and it was leaking through obviously leaking through the floor under the house and collecting water and, just all kinds of mildew and all the nonsense. So you go under there and to pay the guys, dry it out. The water attracts bugs. Now you have to put down all the pest control stuff. And I mean, it's just this long process, and the long story is that, I spent about $3,000 fixing this. Cost of doing business, no big deal. But wait, there's more. About a week later, 2 weeks later, this house has an older version of the PEX hose, and cat's eyes are going to glaze because this is man talk here. It had an older version of this PEX hose that they use for water lines. It is I think there's actually a class action lawsuit against it, the manufacturer, because it just randomly cracks and leaks in just weird places. It's just, it degrades over time. So sure enough, I get everything dry under the house. A couple weeks later, hose pops, garage is full of water. The tenant calls me up. Hey, I don't know what's going on. We didn't do anything. Whatever. So then I had the guys go over there, dry it back out, put new PEX in, and or put the modern PEX that will last forever in there. Fixed it again, no problem. Everything's great. so now everything's dried out, but he has to cut a section of the wall out. It's ugly in the garage, but I got to get a guy over there to do drywall when it's all dried out. No big deal. Still not really all that much stress, but I'm getting a little aggravated, right? Because it's like every week. So as soon like literally a couple of days after he fixes that, I get a call from the tenant that the toilet kit has exploded. And it's just running. Water's just running, and the toilet's running constantly. And she tried to turn the valve off. The valve is stuck, whatever. So once again, I called my handyman guy up. Hey, man, you need to stop by. Same house and fix that. So he fixes that. That was last week. What's today? Today is Wednesday, right? So Monday, I get a call first thing in the morning. The AC has gone out. She's like, hey, I don't know what's happening. The AC's not coming on. I think it might be, she thought it might be the thermostat. It's just not coming on. It's not kicking on. There's no noise, no fan, no nothing. Like, okay. So I got it. Now that's a different guy. I called HVAC guy up. Hey, man, you got to stop by, because they just serviced it a few weeks ago. Hey, man, you got to stop by. I'm still not stressed out. Like, this is all like, it's normal, whatever. Now, a lot of people would have been like freaking out because it's a lot of money, just whatever. It's got to happen. So the HVAC guy calls me and says, hey, the pump is out. The vacuum pump is out. So that's bad. That's like the heart of the whole AC system, and minimum $3,000. So by the time it was going to be installed, it was going to be somewhere between like $4,000 and $4,500. Now I'm annoyed. I'm not really pissed off about it. I'm annoyed. I'm like, all right, so what? And he's like, well, you could do a new unit. I'm like, what does that cost? Well, it's $7,000. Okay. So we did that. We actually did that yesterday. Like literally he did it in one day. Like they called me, he went by, he looked at it, bad compressor. Next day, brand new unit installed. That's just how that shit happens. And that actually aggravated me a lot. That's like, I think in the past like month, well, and then I have landscaping on another property. I've got that was $12,000, and I've got another property I've done. I got a tenant moving in, so I had to do paint, garbage removal, all kinds of stuff from the old tenant, fix a fence, all that kind of, just normal prep stuff. I don't know how, I actually haven't totaled up how much I've spent in the last 30 days on properties. But if I did, it'd probably really stress me out. But I just don't let it get to me. It's not worth it. First of all, it's just, it's a cost of doing business. And if I don't want to do it, I just need to sell the houses and get out. Just drop the hammer and move. And actually the way I'm joking about it right now is normally this time of year, I'm building something. I'm building a house. I'm putting an addition on the house or whatever, rebuilding something. This year, I'm not doing anything. So this year's the maintenance year, right? Like this year is just like, whatever. It's all going to break. Let it all break now. And we'll just fix it. Who cares? And but it's, you can't make it up. Like this was like all in a row. Like it was just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the same house. And it is what it is. But no stress. Like no, I don't care. You know what I'm really stressed about is telling my wife that because her eyes glaze over just like yours. She's just like, I don't want to hear it. Just tell me the number. Just tell me how much it's going to be. That's it. That's all I care about. I just want to know how much. And then the conversation gets real. But let me see what the chat is saying now. I'm sorry. I kind of had to get into that, but you just, it's just, there's a lot of people that would be absolutely stressed out. One little thing goes wrong in their life and they freak the fuck out. Me, I'm just like, who cares? It's going to be fine. That's actually my attitude for everything. It's going to be fine. Don't worry about it. It's good. So What is this? Your heart was stopped. What? That's not good. Oh, here it is. All right, we'll start with the first one. I was like, that's not good. I ruptured a spleen from stress. Holy crap, dude! Don't do that. Don't do that. Doc want to put pacemaker at your age? You're too young for that, man. Yeah. Don't let stress get you, man. Stress is just, it's just not worth it. What is this? Cameron 40. People avoid the fact they will die eventually, which oddly creates stress due to constant state of denial. Yeah, no, I know I'm going to die at some point. I'm lucky that I'm still alive. I count every single day that I'm above ground, above dirt. It's as a good one. Yeah, that's right, man. You have to keep it running to keep that revenue stream flowing. That's right. I mean, that's the truth, man. That's it's all money. It's all money. Sometimes it comes in, sometimes it goes out. I saw Landers said something. There it is. Oh, here we go. Cat. It's all plumbing, right? It's still plumbing. Period. And hormone talk. It's still plumbing. It's just one's easier to fix than the others. Slumlord Prattle. I like that. That's good. We're gonna put that up there. Slumlord Prattle. That's right. Stress will kill you. Yep, that's right. Yeah, don't you gotta calm down, man. Well, now you have Arthrodaya has an exceedingly stressful job. And I would not want her job. I'm glad that I don't have her job, and I'm glad that she does, because she seems competent at it, which is a very good thing to be. So, yeah. Old man Prattle. Old man Slumlord Prattle. That was very funny. Yeah. But yeah, you just can't get stressed out. Well, I mean, you can, but you shouldn't. Just let it go, man. I mean, I guess I even tell my kid, I'm like, dude, it's going to be fine. It's going to be okay. Trust me. It's going to be fine. Every time I thought, oh man, this is it, man. This is like, my life is ruined. Everything's bad. It's all done. That didn't happen. Every time I thought everything was going great, that's when I almost died. So, I'm okay with it now. Prattle is one of the best words I was introduced to by Andrew. It is a great word, right? It is. I don't understand this. Brian Drom? Brian Drama, maybe? Oh, here we go. Needs to be listening to this. Dude, that dude is seriously like jacked on like stress all the time. All the time. I even tell him to calm down, which is weird. Like, I'm a dude. Dude shouldn't tell other dudes to calm down. That's for girls to do. Right? Why are you laughing?
What about anger?
Anger?
Angry?
Oh yeah. I have a lot of anger. Like how to express this. This is going to be a good one. That's a good question, Kat. Right to the heart of the matter. So I've always been what you might term a angry young man, right? Like I was the guy that, I fought a lot. I had a very, so my temper is very interesting because it ramps up like ski slow, like serious, half pipe ramp up. But then it's just down. Like the instant that decide that I'm not angry about it, I'm not angry about it. Like completely done. I've gotten a lot better about controlling it, but it's more all I've really and I say controlling it, not being angry. I just am able to form that anger into a solid weapon against whatever I need to destroy. And it's really that simple. Like I used to tell people all the time that in all honesty, like I really rarely ever actually let myself get truly angry because it's very bad. It's all bad. There's no good that comes of it. It's all bad. And I'm very honest with myself about that because at one point in time, I've at one point in time, I was not a good person. Not that I'm a good person now. I'm actually not. I'm not a nice person. I was not a good person. I broke a guy's tooth off in my fist once. Like, that was cool. And I have a ruptured eardrum. I mean, I fought a lot. I am I'm one of those old guys that knows what it's like to take a punch, so it doesn't bother me at all. Like physical confrontation is the wrong avenue with me because that doesn't bother me at all. Like let's do it. But as I've gotten older, it's just distilled down. And years ago, I don't know how many years ago, I had a client who, for some stupid ass reason, thought it was the thing to do was to threaten me. And because he was from the south side of Chicago, and those guys are serious guys. Well, fuck those guys. I'm from Tennessee. I shoot you from far away, and nobody will ever find your body. Just going to tell you, that's the way it is. And and so he caught me. We were at an event at Mid Ohio, and he caught me like after we had a meeting, and he caught me at the end of it. It was a driver's meeting, and I had to be there. I wasn't driving; I was the team owner, so I had to be there. And he caught me, and he kind of like threatened me a little bit. And I said, and I looked at him, and like I went from being like I was literally joking with my friends, and I turned and he came at me and he said some things, and I went from being like super jovial, normal me to being just absolutely voice of death. And I told him, I said, I'm not the kind of person you say that to. Like you can talk to anybody else about it like that, but you should really not do that with me. And Dan Goodman was, whoops, I outed again. Anyway, one of the drivers was like standing there, like the expression on his face when I addressed the other fellow was crazy. Like, he's like, I've never seen anybody change that fast. And I was back. I was just like, hey, everything's cool. But I would have torn that guy apart. And I'm armed. I'm always armed. And, I'm just not a guy you threaten. It's not. And I do have, I have a lot of anger. I have a lot of control over my anger, but I have a lot of anger. I will freely admit it. I don't have any problem admitting it. And I'm just not a person you threaten. There's other people in this world that you can threaten, and you should feel very comfortable about threatening them. But I'm not on that list. Other people, they're on that list. Cassidy Smoke, what was his beat? Okay, I'll tell you the whole story. Story time. Let's have story time. It's great. So I had a weekend off from racing in the series I was running in, the professional series I was running in. So I was asked as a favor to transport some vehicles from where I was to Mid-Ohio. And about 2:00 in the morning, my truck blew up in Kansas. So, which was exciting. That was cool. So and again, you guys are going to laugh at me the way I deal with things, but this is exactly how this goes down. It's how every single time. The truck blew up at 2:00 in the morning. The engine literally, like, the oil filter or the oil cooler split, dumped all the oil out of the motor locked up that fast, and I almost died. A semi almost hit me. I don't know how I got the truck trailer. I had a 40-foot trailer with 2 race cars and a bunch of tires and shit in it. I have no idea how I got that thing on the side of the road without dying, but I got it stopped. Everything's cool. Make a phone call. I got very lucky. Like, this is why I know that, first of all, this is how I know there's a God. I call up. It's middle of the night. It's literally 2:30 in the morning. I need a medium duty wrecker. I have a full size dually with a 44-foot steel trailer with 2 race cars in it. I need a medium duty wrecker. Like, this is not just a normal, like, no, there's no wrecker that's going to come out and get it. Cat, your eyes are going to glaze over. It's a lot of old man prattle here. So I call up the first person I call. Not only do they answer their phone, I'm like, hey, I got this, and I need to get it off the highway. I'm on the highway. She says, you need to call this guy. Call this guy. She gives me a number. I call the guy up. Answers first ring of the phone. 2:00 in the morning. Answers first ring of the phone. He's there in half an hour. Tows me off of the highway, and he says, hey, normally we would put it in the wrecker yard, but just in case, because I told him, I'm like, hey, I'm gonna try and solve this problem. Yeah, it was a diesel truck. Yeah, it was a dually. As I'm off the highway, he pulls me off the highway, he puts the truck and trailer in the truck stop instead of putting in the tow-in lot, so I could get to it in case I was able to continue. Because I told him, I'm like, I'm gonna solve this problem, and I got to get to Mid-Ohio. So that was like 3:00 in the morning. I crawled back in the truck. I slept in the parking lot at the truck stop until about 5 a.m. 5 a.m. I get up. I call my wife, tell her the truck's broke. It blew up. There's no fixing it. It's a holiday weekend, and I'm in Nowheresville, Kansas. There's like a Cracker Barrel and a Walmart and a truck stop and a hotel. That's it. And the towing lot. The guy had told me, he gave me his card, and he said, hey, if you have a problem, you just call me. I'll help you. I'm like, okay. So I'm sitting here, I'm stuck. It's about 6:00 in the morning. I'm already making phone calls. I'm calling around to see if somebody has a truck I can borrow or buy, because all the dealerships are closed. There's not, and I know the truck's blown up. There's like, we're not fixing it. So I need a new truck. I need a truck like right now. I need to rent one, buy one, or borrow one. Some option. And I solve problems. So, and I'm a problem solver. My solution is instantly, I'm just going to buy a truck. So I start calling around. Do you have a truck I can borrow? Okay, you don't have one I can borrow. Do you have one I can buy? And I started calling all the people I knew that could do that. So Bob Woodman Dodge in Nebraska, he actually ran in our series. And he was a member of the board. And so I called some people who called him, who had his people call me, and told me that if that they would bring a truck down to me if I could, give them some more information. Well, I'm like racked out. I need to get some sleep. So I call the guy up. Now I'm waiting for all of this stuff to process through for someone to find me a truck. I call the tow truck guy up, and I'm like, hey man, I hate to bug you, but is there any way you could give me a ride to a hotel or something where I can get a room, I can get some sleep? He's like, yeah, I'll be there in 10 minutes. He was there in 10 minutes. No joke. He literally showed up in 10 minutes. Now, I should also preface, to pull my truck off of the highway, which I expected to be at least $300, if not $1,000, in 2:00 in the morning, medium duty wrecker, truck and trailer. I expect to be at least $300. He charged me $75. $75. That's crazy. That's nuts. So he takes me to the hotel, drops me off, says, "Hey man, when you're ready to go back to your truck, just give me a call." I'm like, "Dude, you're too kind." And so I'm making calls. I get a little sleep. I make calls. Finally, I buy a truck in Denver. I call one of my employees. I say, "Hey man, I need you to go over. I need to get this. I need you to pick up this truck." So okay. So I blew up at 2:00 in the morning. At 8:00 that night, I had a truck at the truck stop loading up. Like we unhooked my truck, pushed it out of the way, backed the new truck underneath it, and took off. And that's how you deal with things. You don't fuck around. Don't take 2 weeks to solve the problem. Just solve the problem. And in the meantime, the guy who I had called the people whose vehicles I had, because at that point I didn't know that I could get a truck. And I'm like, "Hey, I may not be able to make it." And the guy's like, "Oh, I got to be there." And the south side of Chicago guy's like, "Oh, I got to be there." And he's like, "I'll just," and this guy's like stressed, like, "Call me every 30 minutes or something." Like, I'm like, "Dude, you need to calm down. You're going to have a heart attack. You got a problem." And so, and he had paid me a very low price, and I only let him do it because I was already going there with the other car. If I hadn't, I would not have messed with his nonsense at all because it was too cheap. But I was doing a favor. I was doing a guy solid, right? Southside Chicago guy sends 2 of his jackwagon employees out to pick up his car on an open trailer and take it onto the track. Now that was a dumbass move because it rained and they couldn't get on track anyway. And so he just spent a bunch of money for nothing. And everybody told him it was going to be a bunch of money for nothing, but he didn't fucking listen. So whatever. So me and my employee roll in the next day. This is the first time anybody's been out on track. So technically, we're not even late. We just weren't there for the early practice. So we unload the other guy's car, and the Southside Chicago guy comes by and he wants his money back. And I'm like, "What are you talking about? I'm here." He's like, "Well, you didn't bring my car." And I'm like, "Well, I would have. You made the decision to pull your car off my trailer. I didn't make that decision. I told you not to make that decision, that I would be here." And he said, "No, give me my money back." And I said, "No, I'm not going to do it. There's no way in hell. Literally, hell will freeze over. They will be ice skating before I pay you $1, because you've pissed me off." And so then he threatened. And the driver, apparently, I don't know what made him. And he had been told, he was warned by my series. So my series director, who I was friends with, he was there racing his car as well. And he told this guy, he's like, "Look, do not mess around with this guy, because he is exactly who he says he is. And like, don't do it. Like, this isn't somebody you're going to bully. You're not going to just forget the money. He's here. If you had not jumped the gun, your car would be here right now. You wouldn't have had to pay your employees. You wouldn't have had to have them drive a truck over here. You wouldn't have had to do all that stuff. You didn't listen. Just suck it up. So you made a mistake. You should have had faith in me to deliver." That's what he was told that by 2 or 3 people. He didn't believe him. He's still South Side of Chicago guy. And then he threatened me. And I told him, I'm like, don't threaten me. That's a bad move. And we had a minor. After that, the way that I told him not to threaten me, I think took him aback a bit. But it was we had an incident later that was a little more involved. That really, he's never said a word. Literally, never said a word to me since. If he's at the track and I'm at the track at the same time, he is on the other end of the track, if not on the opposite side. Like, he will not be anywhere near me. And that's just the way that went. That's the whole story. I loaded the truck up and drove home back to where I was at, and that was it. So see, it was some old man prattle. But I mean, it's just that, there's a personality thing, right? People shouldn't threaten people because you never know who you're threatening, right? And I'm just not somebody that you threaten. I'm very peaceful until I'm threatened. No, the truck did not overheat. The truck split the oil. I honestly thought that it had just given up. I had like 400,000 miles on the thing. But the oil cooler, which I did not realize, actually, no, I didn't have 400,000. I had actually that engine had just been rebuilt, and the oil cooler split basically dumped all the oil out of it. And in the space of like no time at all. I was doing like 60 miles an hour when it did it. So Cat is over there playing solitaire, goofing off, having a good time. It's too bad that we don't get enough reflection in the fish tanks to see what her screen looks like. But but yeah, I mean, it's I tell you, it's interesting because my nickname at the track was Cowboy Don. I never wore a cowboy hat either. It's just, they're like, yeah, that's the guy. Don't do that. And it was very interesting because my personality was that I would give anybody anything in my trailer. Like if you needed an engine, if you needed my crew guys, I'd send my crew guys over to help you out. But once we were on track, it's war. Like there's no mercy. There's no quarter given. I'm going to beat you, soundly. And once we're done racing, we're all friends again. But for that 58 minutes, we're not friends. We're exact opposite of friends. And so that sounds probably like a lot of bluster, but it is actually true. I had a guy threaten me one time in my shop, and that was very interesting as well. Nicest guys, no, but I've heard many a time from a man, Billy, your dad is one of the best guys around, but I sure as hell wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of him. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of, give someone an in. I've actually given a guy and a lot of my stories revolve around mid Ohio, which I call mud Ohio because it always rains when I go there. Look at Cat's eyes just glaze over. The more man prattle. I call it, every time I go to mid Ohio, there's always something going on there. There was we had a competitor. He blew an engine every time he went on track. He ran out of engines. Like he didn't have any. He had to build one overnight. I loaned him I had an engine stand with me. I loaned him an engine stand, some parts, and everything, and to build an engine so he could come out so I could beat him on the track. I didn't want to beat him in the trailer. I had to beat him on the track, And we were at Sears Point one year, which is Mazda Raceway. No, that's Laguna Seca. What do they call Sears Point now? Whatever they call it, it doesn't matter. We were at Sears Point, and we were paddocked in turn 7 because IndyCar had the main paddock, and we had blown an engine in practice before we left, so we put everything in the trailer to change everything at the track. Kid you not, we had a blown up car when we parked the trailer. We unloaded it. We instantly, before the tent was up, before the canopy was up, we were pulling the engine out of the car because we did not have a viable race car when we pulled up. We changed the engine. We went on track. It made it like the replacement engine made it like 2 laps, and it gave out because it was a piece of crap spare engine, and we didn't even know what the history was on it. And we ended up stealing an engine from a Formula Mazda team. We didn't actually steal it. We went over, we asked nicely, we said, can we steal that? And they said, yes. And they lined up a row of pallets of engines, and we said, we want that one. And we took it, and I gave it back to them later. But I ended up having to disassemble all of the engines, and I built the engine in the paddock at Sears Point on a table with a whole crowd of people watching me build this engine. And we put the engine in the car, started it up, drove it, and it's still. Matter of fact, Sonoma Raceway, it's still, as far as I know, that engine is still running to this day. I'm talking about a Renesis, yes, a Renesis, not a 13B Renesis. So it's a cool deal. I have a lot of racing stories, man, like really cool ones. But probably none that Kat cares about. Kat seems very bored right now. We're not talking about hormones or GMO or any of that other neat stuff.
Nothing I know about. I didn't know what you were talking about the entire time.
Really?
What kind of car? What is this? I don't know what's going on.
Oh, you don't know? Oh, let me hang on. Give me 1 second. I will help you out. I think maybe not. Let's see if I can find a picture of my car. I mean, I have it. I just, it's I've got too many pictures. Am I the only person that just has literally everything just kind of like thrown in random folders, and you're just like, oh yeah, that's where that is. And
what's a track? Why would you have a favorite track? What does that mean?
Racetrack is a racetrack. It's where you go racing.
What?
Oh my God.
No idea.
Oh my gosh. The horror, the pain, the suffering, being abused. My feels.
No, Monsanto.
All of my feels are being felt right now.
I don't watch any sport, so it's like equally uninteresting, all of the sports.
Equally uninteresting. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair. I mean, that's fair. I never did anything else. I never had an adult job. Like there's a lot of people that have adult jobs, right? Like they go out and they do like, I don't even know what people do, to be honest with you. Like, it's funny because everybody's like, yeah, I did this. I'm like, yeah, I don't know I don't know about that. I'm okay. But I never had an adult job. I never wanted an adult job. I was very happy to do what I did. I was good enough at it to make a living doing it and get out at probably the right time. I don't know, maybe. Argument could be made that I didn't.
Wait, you drove the cars?
No, I owned the car. I owned everything. And
okay, so you'd hire people to...
No, I got paid.
I don't get it.
You don't get it? All right. So let's just say that your tomboy girl decides one day that she wants to be a race car driver.
Oh, gosh.
And you do not happen to own a race car, right? I'm assuming that you don't own one. Maybe you do. But most people don't. Especially they don't own a competitive race car. So that's a word that has a lot of meaning that people just kind of throw around that they don't actually understand. So to have a competitive race car, you need a lot. And it's not actually as easy as or as simple as I make it out to be. It's very, I mean, it's tough. And actually I have a picture from the car at St. Petersburg. I have a video of the car at St. Petersburg actually, but that was when it looked very plain. I don't know. That's not good. We won't do that one. But so the way it works is that if you or your kid or whatever, you decide that, hey, you know what? I want to drive a race car. And I want to drive a race car professionally. I honestly think that I can go out and be competitive at the top level of motorsports. Top men are going to race against you. Top men. And so you think that you're good enough, and but you still don't have the key ingredient, and that key ingredient being a race car. And so since you don't happen to have that key ingredient of a race car, You need one. And then you come to someone like me. And what I do is I own the race car and then I rent them. Much like a prostitute, there's me. That's actually me. I don't know if you can see that. That's me standing next to the car. That's at Pikes Peak, at the Pikes Peak International hill climb in Colorado. I don't know why I didn't figure you know that. Let's see if I got some other ones here. Let's see. Let's stop that one. Put that back up. I am wild, man. So there really wasn't a lot of difference between me and a prostitute. I gave you you paid for a good time, no proof of performance, no guarantee of performance, and and you walked away. So it's kind of the same thing. And it's and it was expensive. Like, I mean, the numbers are crazy. The numbers are nuts. When I tell people, when we get to get into the numbers of what it actually is, it like freaks people. I've never been in a situation where I've told people how much it cost and them not kind of freak out about it. Because the economics of racing boggle the mind. Like, it really does. And it's kind of, on one hand, it's kind of fun because people's eyes glaze over, and it's a good time. I'm gonna post. No, is that the right one? That open? No, did not open. Right. Let me do this again. But it's a very interesting deal because the let's see. There we go. And trying to get this to where you can actually see it. Not really sure that I'm going to be able to do that. Why can't I do this? Well, it doesn't matter. There we go. Got it. But what do you think it would cost? What would be an just kind of roundish numbers? What do you think a race weekend would cost in a professional road race series? Just curious.
For like one race car?
Yeah, just to go race, just to go play in and it is a professional race series, right? So it is, it's not. There's my car again at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. That's that same car that we saw at the starting line earlier. It was in my life at speed. I thought my friend took that picture, but it was actually his coworker. And that's me, or not me. That's I can't say who's driving it. He's now banned from that event, so we won't do that. We won't go into that. And then let's see. I got another one. This is actually a really cool one. Let me see if I can open this up. And so just to put it in perspective, okay. For a race weekend in the touring cars, which were the cheap cars, I charged a little over $20,000 per car. I had two cars for the weekend, right? Which is worked out to probably about 40 something a weekend. And my cost was right around 18 to 20. So I ran about, my cost was good. I kept control of costs pretty well. But you're on track for 3 50-minute races that weekend. That's all you get for 40 grand or 20 grand. You get you basically get just under 3 hours of racing, and you get some qualifying. There's qualifying and things there's other track time. And that's for the cheap cars. I mean, that's like not like super cheap, but pretty damn pretty damn cheap. And now racing runs on a what's the word I'm looking for here? Racing runs on liquid money. That's the best way I can put it. Everything is overnight. There's never a point in time where we have enough time to wait for something to be delivered. Like it just doesn't exist. That situation does not exist. So every single thing that we did, basically, like with every one of my vendors, it was guaranteed that we were going to, it was always going to be, it was always going to be the case that we wanted overnight shipping, earliest AM delivery. We don't have time to even talk about it. Just make it happen. And all the time. That's what we did. Here's my car. This is in Canada. This is not the RX-8. This is the MX-5. And let me put that up there. This is actually a really cool car. It's one of my favorites. I still own this car. I still actually own both of these cars that I've shown you. I still own them. I didn't. I did sell this one for a while, but I bought it back because I liked it. And that looks cool, right? You drive that, right? Yeah. You guys would drive that? Yeah. But now, so the reason that I got out of racing is because to continue forward in racing was going to cost a lot more money. And you might say, what is a lot more money? Well, they changed the rules so that the cheap cars were not going to be cheap anymore. And by cheap, I mean that, those cars were $100,000 each, $120,000 per each. What they wanted us to do was they wanted to go from where we built, and we built the cars. So, which is why I still own them, because I built them. I have a lot. I'm emotionally tied into those cars because they were the last of the cars I ran. What they wanted us to do was go to factory built cars or team built cars. So we would to make money, and they were doing away with all of the ways that I could get paid. It's important to be able to, and if you're going to treat this as a job, you got to get paid. So they were kind of doing away with a lot of the ways I could get paid, and a lot of the attractiveness of someone renting a car from me. So what ended up happening is we were going to have to sell all the cars and all of the equipment that I had, basically, and start over from ground zero. Literally start from zero. We would have had to have bought FIA GT3 cars. Now those run, in theory, they're supposed to be $375,000 each or so, in theory, but they're all $500,000 each. Literally every single one of them. There's no exceptions. It doesn't matter if it's the Ferrari, the Lamborghini, the Camaro, the Mercedes. It does not matter, except for the Porsche. The Porsche was like 380. I don't know why. They probably, because they built like 1 million of them. So you could get a 911. You could get an in the year I wanted to do it, we couldn't actually buy an RSR because they were all pre-sold, and they were like not going to make them that year. So whatever. I was going to do the Mercedes-Benz AMG GTs, which were a 300 SL Gullwing, and they're I found one in Dubai for like $285. I found another one in the Netherlands for like $325, and I couldn't find a third car. You always need 3 cars. Can't have one. You have to have 3. So I would then switch. We were going to do the Ryder Engineering Lamborghini Huracan. We were originally going to buy the Gallardos. They were phasing the Gallardos out. They wanted us to buy the Huracans. We said, okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. They're all $600,000 each. Doesn't matter. Just, send them over. So that's, that's a fair amount. That's like 1.8 in cars. Then and the cars, once you get the cars, you actually take them apart completely down to the last nut and bolt, and you put them all back together. Completely different. I mean, they're the same, but it's different. Then you have to have to go racing to race at that level. I have to be able to charge per car. Each car has to make me $75,000 a weekend for 10 weekends a year. Every single car, like all 3 cars, which I actually only 2 cars because 1 car is a spare car. So I have to make $150,000 a weekend. Period. Like I can't. There's no exceptions. I'm gonna spend somewhere around $60,000 a weekend, no matter what. I mean, my tire bill. So my tire bill on the cheap cars for 1 weekend was $9,000 in tires every weekend. 10 races a year, right? So, that was $9,000. On the GT cars, my tire bill would have been closer to 18 to 20 grand in tires per weekend. And then there's a lot of other. I mean, the amount again. The economics of racing are not for the faint-hearted, right? Like you just don't. I mean, when I say that I have supreme self-confidence, and people go, "Yeah, right, whatever." I'm telling you, every year I had to go find, even racing the cheap cars. Every year I had to go out and find 250 grand just to get my season started. Before I even had a driver, before I had anything going on, I had to go convince people to give me $250,000. And I did it every year, every single year. And, we had, it's a different industry. I mean, most people go broke in that industry because they can't do it, or they lose perspective. They can do it for a while. My hero, I have 2 heroes in this. Well, 3 really. James Safronis at GMG, him and his partners, they've been racing as long or longer than they're still going. I quit. I retired. They're still racing. They've been at it as long or longer than I have, and they make money doing it. And they're at the sharp end of the stick. 3R Racing in Colorado, I actually worked for them for a while, and they've been doing it as long or longer. But to be able to do that, it's just, to be able to consistently be able to perform at that level and to make those deals and to understand the business that has to transpire to make it happen. Most people just can't do it. And even if they could do it, they won't do it. To the amount of risk that you take pulling out $2 million so I didn't finish. So to buy 3 cars, in theory, it was 1.5. It was close to 1.8 million in cars that we still had to take apart and back together. Then you had to put a lease on a race shop that you could pull the semi into and work out of the semi, because you don't work out of the shop. You work out of the semi. All the tools and everything are in the semi. The shop is just there to house the semi and a couple of lifts, and it doesn't do anything else. And it sells rides, because you have a nice marble floor in the front office. You have a receptionist there. You have coffee. You have an espresso machine. Everybody loves espresso, so you gotta have this look, because you're asking guys to write 10 races at you need to get a 10 race deal or a 10 weekend deal at $100,000 to $125,000 per weekend. That's it's $1.5 million that you're asking a guy to write you a check for. And you're not, you can't, they expect marble floors. I'm just telling you, you're gonna have to have the right look, right? And you're not taking them down to the taco truck and making the deal. It's just not going to happen. It's just not how that works. So you got to have the Taj Mahal race shop that you actually are hardly ever in. You got to have a semi. The semi is, and that, so a lease on a building like that at that time was about 50 grand a year, maybe could be a little more, could be, 50, 75 grand a year for the lease. And you need it for 2 years, guaranteed 100%. then you would bring in, say, you got to have at least, you have a staff. So if you have 3 cars, you need at least 10 people, right? And that's, those 10 people all make somewhere between $60,000 and $100,000 a year, right? So you got to have their salaries. They don't work for free. And you've got to have all the equipment. The equipment's expensive. I'm not going to get into breaking that. That doesn't matter. It's just, just know that you have to have it. Then, so you got to have a semi. The semi, the trailers run about $750,000 to $1 million. The truck itself is about another. You can get a good truck for about 150 grand. Because you don't need a particularly nice truck, and it's rough, man. It's rough. It's a it's an interesting line of work, and the numbers just throw people off so bad. They're just so crazy, and you would have a lot of B2B deals, a lot of I can talk about all that stuff, but that's actually why I retired. It was going to cost something like $2.8 million to sell all my stuff that I had that was paid for, that was making me money every event. To retool is going to be $2.8 million, which I would make back, but it would take 5 years minimum to make money. And it's just, it wasn't worth it. It was going to take 5 years minimum. Let me put this up. Right. So here's the, yeah. Right. We would spend, my spend for 25,000 was just in the tires and, hotel rooms and all that stuff. I mean, I spent $3,000 in diesel fuel. So, like the numbers are crazy. Right. And, the numbers are crazy, and it's just really, so your math isn't adding up because you're not really making, you're not, my $75,000 for the shop was for the large race team where you're making, $3 million, $4 million a year. Yeah. And you're right. I was actually with the small car, with the cheap cars. We ran 4 guys at the track and just 2 guys in the shop. So, I should clarify between, the little cars were a great deal for me because I made good money. So, but yeah, it's not for the faint of heart. Like you can't, most people can't do this. Most people cannot do it. And, again, you're racing, and there's always a chance that they're going to bring back the steering wheel. Hey, that's it. The rest of the car is junk. And, I've had that happen. I actually have matter of fact, I have a picture of, well, I'm not going to do it. I had a guy ride off a car, and he did, and that just happens. But yeah, it's all right. A shaker rig, because shaker rig's a whole different theory. I actually have been on a shaker rig. Any hot takes on ethanol fuel? Yeah, I love ethanol, man. Ethanol is great. I ran E85 in the hill climb cars. It is a great business model if you know how to do it. It is a horrible business model if you are risk averse. Don't do it. That's why most people go broke. So if you're like a guy fresh out of college and want to go into racing, how do you break into that field with numbers like that? Well, the way I did it, fresh out of college, I went racing, and I ended up making a lot of friends who owned race shops, and I worked for them. And they took me under their, they didn't take me under their wing. I worked for them, and I was very smart, and I studied every single thing they did, just like any other business, any other thing that people do. I literally watched everything they did. I looked at the numbers. I looked at the invoices. I wasn't just a monkey in the shop doing what I was told. I was learning the whole time I was working for these guys. And we ran at Daytona. In 2000, we won the 24 Hours of Daytona with a Camaro. It wasn't my deal. I was just a mere employee at that time, but I was there. And so it's just not for the faint of heart. It's just not. And I'll have a good story about that in a minute. I'm just gonna keep going. Imagine writing off the value of a house. So here's the thing: for the more expensive the cars, the more we required damage deposits and insurance. So if we had damage to a car, that came out of the damage deposit. Now, often we would have someone who would refuse to pay for the additional repairs, and that was just normal, and that was just cost of doing business and things like that. But, for the most part, most of the guys, it's a small community. You don't want to get blacklisted, and nobody will do business with you. So you want to behave yourself, and so the Ryder engineering cars, we would have had insurance on them, and the insurance, I want to say the insurance was $15,000 per car per event. So if you were on the track 3 times over the weekend, it was $15,000 every time you went on the track. Now that Ryder they basically, you paid your 15 grand and they just rolled it over per event. It wasn't like it didn't cost you $45,000 in insurance for the weekend. It cost you 15 grand as long as you didn't damage the car. If you damage the car, all bets are off. And here's the interesting thing: is the insurance wouldn't pay for the most ridiculous things. It didn't pay for any logos, stickers, graphics, painted on stuff. None of that. It would pay for the base paint job, and that's it. It didn't pay for wheels. There was some weird. There were weird exceptions in the insurance rider, but it was it was always very interesting to me how the insurance worked. I'm boring Cat to death. I'm so sorry. But so we didn't ever actually write off the value of a house. I mean, we did, but we got paid, eventually. It took a while. Yeah. Freightliner tractor. Yeah. Let's see. Guys break into racing with being a badass on the dirt track. Nah, not really. We don't we don't care about those guys. Not my well, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how much your house costs. So they pay for rubber damage. No, no, that's they didn't pay for that. But it's an interesting deal. And Base Street Racer, actually, don't you work, or didn't you work? There's one of the guys that is in here. They worked for a IMSA team or a tutor team, and they could speak to some of this, some of the expenses as well. It's just an interesting line of work to be in. And it's just crazy. It's just a crazy way to make a living. But I was really good. Is Hong Kong free? No, it's very expensive. Actually, it was last time I was there. It was not cheap at all. So, oh, here we go. Question for Kat. There you go. Was Bugatti too much? Oh my god.
Sorry, I was on mute. My dad did not like guys with flashy cars and would slam the door on their face.
Oh.
So
he would
that's a
like
no.
me. I drove around in a pickup truck.
Yeah, he doesn't like guys that want a lot of attention. He thinks they're all whores.
I mean, got a point. He's got a point.
It's a guy with a flashy car is like a girl with a mini skirt and her boobs out.
Yeah, right. Customer, yeah. Those are, yeah. Have you what waiver? Is it? Are you saying waiver? Have I ever driven a Bugatti? I have not actually. I didn't care enough. Sorry. Oh, that's why he asked. Thankfully, BMW paid for it all. I've seen the checks they write. It's ridiculous. Private. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's ridiculously expensive. It's like I got to be honest with you. Anytime somebody starts talking about how much money they make in real estate or stock market or anything like that, I'm just like, yeah, okay. like I've written like really stupid checks, man, like crazy stuff. And I've sat across a table from people. I had an experience in Texas once where you're gonna like this, Cat. You're gonna really like this. So one of the things about me has always been that I don't dress flashy. I actually looked exactly like everybody else in my crew. I had a guy who was going to be a partner one time. He wanted, and I didn't normally take on partners in my business because the level of risk is so high that most people do really stupid shit and fuck things up. And that means that I end up having to bail out some dumbass who sold some, we had a guy, I took on a partner one time, and that dumbass motherfucker, he we were at the track and he wouldn't let anybody take the car on track because he was afraid they were going to crash it. I'm like, these are pro fucking drivers. They're not going to crash the car, dumbass. And these guys, they know what the fuck they're doing. You don't know what you're doing, but they know what the fuck they're doing. And he cost me so much money. No, he was a real estate guy. Somebody's paying attention. And he fucked me so hard. And I will never forget it. Never. And he called me like a year or two later when I was making tons of money, back when I was back making money after he fucked me. And he's like, how come that didn't happen when I was there? And I'm like, because you freaked every time somebody touched the car, you dumbass. So do not own a Bugatti. That's funny. The whole, I was in Texas it was the first year we were doing the MX5, and I brought in a partner who is his job was to find money. Well, those guys are pretty rare. There are guys out there that can do that. And I'm okay at it. There are guys that are like really, really good. But his job, what he brought to the partnership was he was supposed to be able to find money. I ended up doing a much better job of that than he did because I learned, and I just, I knew what would work. Anyway, so we went down to Circuit of the Americas in Texas, Austin, Texas. It's a great track, and for the season opener. Now, I had said that I was not going to go because the car wasn't really ready. The team wasn't really ready. We didn't have a solid driver lined up, and it was kind of like I was paying for all of it, right? And so we took one car in a small trailer with a pickup and like two guys. I didn't even take we didn't take a semi. We didn't take a big truck. We took just I called ahead. I had an RV put on site, and I had a circus tent put up. And I spent like 18 grand that weekend, 20 grand, something like that. And we drive all night. We get to the track. This guy comes over wearing what we call an owner's shirt, which are white dress shirts, which are the most ridiculous fucking thing you can wear at the track, with all of the patches and all of the embroidery and all that shit on it. And he looked really official. He looked like he was, like a team owner or something. And I'm wearing the actual team owner. I'm wearing a t-shirt with everything screen printed on it because I'm in there. I'm working on the car just like the guys are, and I'm really I'm in it to win it. Like I'm trying to get the car ready. We didn't actually want to have a good showing. We just wanted to make a couple of laps. There was some strategy involved there, but we did want to get on track. And so the whole time all this shit's going on, this guy is supposedly taking meetings with potential partners. So we don't call, and professional race teams do not call sponsors. They call them partners. Do never use the word sponsor. That's a bad plan. It's bad. It's just bad. Don't do that. And so one of them was this company that made these Australian meat pie things down in Texas. They were good. They brought a bunch by. They were great. And I've been out, so I look literally in the exact same uniform that every crew guy that's working on a car in. I look exactly like one of those guys. I walk into the RV. I sit down on the couch while he's having this meeting, and he's talking about Joyce Julius reports and all of this bullshit about TV sponsorship, which does not apply to racing at all. Never has, never will. I mean, not since the 80s. So he's talking about all of this stuff that is literally out of date marketing. Like, none of it matters. And I'm sitting there listening to this bullshit, and the guy's looking at me because I'm dirty. I've been under the car. Like, I'm dirty. I look like I'm just a crew guy who's wandered into somewhere that he doesn't belong, and he's waiting for the guy that's sitting there in the owner's shirt to tell me to leave. And obviously nobody's going to tell me to fucking leave. And so this keeps going on, and I'm just listening to this bunch of bullshit, and none of it has any basis in reality. It's like a good shtick for people that don't know anything about how to advertise in racing and what value that racing can bring to a business. And finally, I just can't take it, and I'm like, well, I got to stop you. And I go into my whole spiel about TV. Nobody gives a shit about seeing the cars on TV. Literally doesn't matter. Nobody cares that there's a sticker on the car when it's going around the racetrack. It literally is meaningless. Doesn't mean a fucking thing. It's not going to sell you. It's not going to move product. It's not going to do anything. Maybe, and it's definitely, it might move a little bit, but it's not going to move the needle enough to justify the amount of money that you're going to pour into my program. And I go into, like, I need to know, what do you need, right? Like, do you need, do you need corporate events? Can we bring the car? Do you need us to bring the cars down and rent a track for a day, and you can bring out, sales reps or vendors, to come down and we drive them around in the car and show off, and you look like a badass because you've given them something they can't get anywhere else, and that gains you $1 million in sales. Is that what you need? Or do you need us to reach out through our connections do you need better trucking, right? Because food plants usually need to ship a lot of stuff. So do you need us to reach out to some of our trucking people to maybe put together a deal for you? Do you need equipment? We know some people that do industrial equipment, so maybe we can make a connection there. So a lot of it was just making B2B deals, and this guy's face went from being kind of annoyed that I was talking to him to just completely dumbfounded, like completely like off the chart confused. And he's like, "Who are you?" And I'm like, "Oh, I just own all of this. This is me. This is my car, my trucks, my trailer. It's all mine. Like, that guy works for me." Like, the guy in the shirt, he doesn't own anything. He's not even a partner. He's just, he works for me. And it blew the guy's mind that the guy sitting across from him in dirty clothes, looked like everybody else, wasn't putting on airs, was the guy. And I almost had a deal signed that day on that deal. But yeah, it was a pretty interesting weekend at the track. And I'll never forget it because it illustrated to me how little most people know about getting anything done in business. It absolutely, most people have no fucking clue. Their mind thinks in straight lines. You're trained to think that way, and that is it. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's some truth to this. Not really. We used to get so one of my best clients was J.P. Morgan Chase. So J.P. Morgan Chase would pay me $25,000 to bring a pair of my cars out, rent the track for a day, and bring out a pro driver, and they bring their top or top account execs in. They bring their 4 top accounts each, and they all own like really badass cars. They never get to drive fast, and so they were actually more interested in driving their cars on the track with the pro driver in their car than they were actually interested in driving my car. It's very funny. So my cat is body slamming. You have a cat?
I have 2 cats.
You have 2 cats. Interesting. I have a dog. I'm actually really surprised she's not like slamming against. Actually, she will thump against the door to come in, and she's got enough weight to her that it sounds bad. It's not, but it sounds bad. She's probably asleep. Actually, she's probably in the sunroom asleep on the floor. She loves that tile floor. What were some of the best deals brokered with sponsors and partners? You guys heard? So GoPro did a deal with us once where they gave us, they wouldn't give us any money. I don't know why. I feel like they were giving other people money, but they wouldn't give us any money. And so what they did is they were launching, I think it was a Hero 3. It could have been the Hero 4. And I don't know. They the words that you always want to listen for if you're doing B2B deals like that, or if you're doing promotional work or any kind of thing like that, is product launch or upgrade or any of that nonsense, because it means that there's extra advertising money in the budget that's not accounted for, isn't going somewhere. So what GoPro did was they said, we won't give you a dollar. We're not even going to give you a dime. What we will do is we will allow you to print these coupons. They gave us 1,000 cameras, and basically the way they set it up is they gave us 1,000 cameras that we could then sell through our web. They set up a web page on their site that we linked to. So it was a click through. You could do the QR code on the car. We had a handout. We had QR codes on everything. It's on the website, and you would basically click through, and you could buy the camera for $100 less than the launch price or the retail price. And who's not going to do that? I mean, it's the latest, greatest GoPro camera. Who's not going to do that? So we went to, I think it was St. Petersburg, somewhere we were with IndyCar. I forget which event it was. We literally sold all 1,000 cameras in like the 3 days that we were there. Like, because there was like 20,000 people there. I mean, it's easy. It's easy when there's a lot of people around, you have a lot of traffic. So it was, I think it was I think I want to say it was $250 or $260, because the camera retailed for like $350 or $360, and we were $100 back from that, and we got all of the money. It literally just went right into an account in it, and that was our money. And we did it in, I think it was like 3 days. We did it in that one race weekend. We sold every camera or every slot that they had allotted us, and they were like blown away. They're like, "That is fucking awesome." I'm like, "Yeah, it's really cool." We thought, we were like ecstatic. I mean, that's a lot of money. So then they came back and they said, "Hey, you did so good. We're going to give you another 1,500 cameras." Okay. So that actually took a couple of weeks to sell out, but we did sell all of them, and all of that money was ours. It all went into our racing budget. And we were actually a victim of our own success, because the following year they became a series sponsor instead of sponsoring instead of working the same deal with us again. But that was one of the better deals that I ever brokered, and I made, it's pretty good money. So if you do 200 and just round number $250 per camera for 2,500 cameras is pretty solid, and it's pretty good earnings. And the again, the following year we didn't get that deal again. And a while later, I asked the guy. I caught the rep that was that I worked with on that deal a year or two later. I think at SEMA or somewhere, and I said, "Hey, man, what's the deal on the camera thing? Like, I always wondered about that. Why would you do that deal for us? I mean, what did you guys get out of it?" And he's like, "Oh, we got you guys cheap." He's like, "We got you guys so cheap." He's like, "Do you know what it costs us to get the information that we got through this effort that you guys did?" And I'm like, "No, run me by it." He's like, "Okay, here's the thing. Every single person that bought a camera had to give a real email address, a real phone number, and real contact info, and a mailing address. So every time GoPro launched a new product, software, t-shirts, accessories, new cameras, they all went right to the first 2,500 people that got those were the people that had bought those cameras. And I'm sure they had other people doing the kind of the same thing. So he said to get that kind of information is very expensive. It's very expensive. And to get real information is like, that's not out of date. That's not, falsified in some way or corrupted, is like, it's so hard. We pay so much money for it. He's like, basically it was such a great deal for them. And they got us cheap, but it was fine. Cause we made a bunch of money. We put a bunch of money into the program. So that's how you do that. And that's how, and there's other way. There's other aspects of how B2B deals work and promotional deals work that people just don't, it's not a matter of thinking outside the box. It's just admitting that there's no box at all and just roll on through. And yeah, that's my best deal. Yeah. So that's that. Yeah. Customer data is huge, man. You can't get away from it. Your eyes pop out. That's weird. Why would
Like they get puffy?
Oh, they get red and bloodshot.
No, like swollen.
Oh, do you? Okay. I just wonder if you look like you were drunk after you've been petting your cat.
No, I look like I'm allergic. Severely.
So what were your dad's rules for dating, Kat? That's got to be a good story.
Let's see. The first one was don't listen to what they say, watch what they do, because they'll say whatever to get you to sleep with them. That doesn't mean anything. It's what they do. Are they acting like they want to marry you, or are they just acting like they want to say whatever to sleep with you? And then the other one was basically he had to meet them and he would kind of figure it out pretty quickly.
And he had to meet every guy you ever dated he met before you even went out?
Not before I went out. I would go the first dates, I would meet, coffee, something.
Okay.
Or
that's not really a date though, right? That's just
like a preliminary screening, let's call it.
Fill out this form.
Yeah.
I need a blood and hair sample.
I think that's totally fine. You just meet. Like I would meet at the mall, walk around with them, just talk, see if they're creepy, not creepy.
Right. Based has you covered. Takes a dude to know a dude. Takes a player to know a player.
Yeah.
And obviously your dad had it going on. So.
My dad had a different girlfriend in every country. Like the United Nations of Women.
Seriously?
When he was young, yeah.
Oh, okay. That's all right. That's legit.
Yeah, so another
Can't-
one.
I have zero room to talk there. So
Yeah, so he was
did
terrified.
he take did he take the credit check and
Yes. No, I'm serious. It's dead serious. He did a background check. He did your credit check. I think that's it, like criminal background and whatever, just those basic things. And he said, I need
So
your
he had to like
social.
bring in a copy of his
Yeah.
driver's license.
No, he had
that's
not a
awesome.
copy, the driver's license. My dad would make the copy. Passport, my dad would make the copy. Everything. Passport. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. So Fidgety wants to know if you ever brought home any men with tattoos.
No. Not
That was
interested.
that
Why
was
that's a
you
no.
weren't interested. Okay, gotcha.
I don't like tattoos.
Yeah, that's hilarious. We're gonna come back to that. It's just fun coupons for sponsors. There's no way they ever made any money. I can't imagine how much money Rolex loses for the finish line wall stanchion ads. Return is very minimal. So yeah, Rolex doesn't care, but in World Challenge, Cadillac paid a ton for to be the pace car and do all this stuff. They paid a lot of money, and apparently they liked it. I mean, it was a good deal. Let's see. Police background check. Yeah, apparently so. Let's see what we got here. My dad said, I raised you right. I don't want to meet them unless you're getting married. Oh, that's funny. Let's see. I never had much issue with dads. Half the time they didn't care. It was the mom I had to talk to. Once I won her over, I was golden. Yeah, of course. Is your dad U.S. Customs?
Yes.
Is he really?
No.
Okay. All right. I was like, wow, that's a really targeted thing. I basically told my dad nothing, did not want to scare anyone off. Yeah. See, as far as I know, all dads loved me when I was younger. Like I was like, they all they thought I was great. Just weird, but okay. I mean, I took it. I mean, it's not like I was gonna gift horse in the mouth thing, just why would you do that? So that's interesting, Kat. So what did your mom have to meet everybody, or was it just
my
your
mom
dad?
could care less. She was not.
Your mom could care less.
Yeah, she moved on with her life.
Oh, interesting. Very interesting. So you're daddy's girl.
Yeah.
100%. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. All right.
My dad
But
was old and my mom was very young, so I didn't really respect her because I thought she was like a kid. What does she know?
Oh, do you now?
No.
Wow.
I mean, whatever. She's my mom, but like she gets advice from me, so it's just different.
You're the adult in that relationship?
Yeah.
That's funny. That's so awesome. That's so amazingly awesome. That's like a whole enlightening thing to know that you're the adult in the because I've actually met a fair number of women who are that way. It's like their moms were like the most irresponsible people you'd ever meet. And they are like based, like completely well adjusted, like dialed in, like great personalities. And they are literally the adult in a relationship with their parents. Usually not the dad though. So it's interesting. Now that I think of it, you kind of outlined something there. It's kind of interesting. I want to think about that. Let's see. You want to read that one, Kat?
What used to piss me off in college, guys would ask me to pretend to be their girlfriend to go to Thanksgiving or Christmas home to family because they wanted a good girl to show mom and dad. That's crazy.
Wow. That's so insulting. That's so insulting. I need to turn the AC off. Wow. That's mean. Fidgety guy. What do we got here? Keep badass size. Would you ever go on whatever?
No, it's in California. I would never go to California.
Yeah. See, it's
not my thing.
Yeah.
I wanted to go on the Fresh and Fit one because that's in
Really?
Miami. It's right here. It's kind of funny.
They hose though.
I know. I would just dress like a normal person and be like normal and just like be weird next to hoes. It would be funny to me.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Super based. That was based, actually. Still miss my ex's dad to this day. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's the best line of the night. I still miss my ex's dad to this day. That guy was awesome. That's funny. That was really fun. That was total win based. Total win. Yeah, see, you're not gonna fit in.
That's the point. Let's hope. Let's hope. Imagine.
You're not gonna fit in. There's just no way. You're not corrupt enough. Well, Candace was on her clout tour. So I can't even believe she was I just can't do that. I can't even watch the show. It's terrible.
It's gotten worse. Now they have bullet holes on them. They're really scary looking people.
Yeah, why would you want to go there? Den of inequity. So let's see. That's really hilarious. Yeah. And people are just talking to each other. That's interesting, Kat. That's very interesting. Your dad is your dad's like a hero. Dad's like a superhero.
He's just a dad. Yeah,
I know. Well, dads are superheroes, right?
Yeah, most people don't have good dads now. It's kind of sad.
That is very true. Well, they're poisoned, right, by the feminist. The feminists are just absolutely terrible.
I think like the feminists would get in line if they had a good like male around them. They only do that because there's no one to check them.
You know, I used to kind of think that too, and but I've been around enough of them now that I don't believe that at all. Like I just don't. I think that if you're really honest, like if we just be honest about it, the feminists are so corrupt at this point that there's no way to bring them even back to center, let alone bring them back to, you know, like right, like not right leaning. I mean, like just back to like equilibrium, let alone doing the right thing all the time. I find it really interesting. And I used to actually talk to a bunch of younger. Well, I mean, obviously I was around, you know, all my employees were younger. They all had girlfriends. A lot of them were feminists. And I would talk to them about all kinds of stuff. And it was just such a waste of time. It was just such a waste of time. Because they're all literally corrupt. They have no idea about anything. And all they really want to do is like degenerate hedonist stuff. It's crazy. And I just really don't, I still don't actually understand the why of it. Like, what are they getting out of it? Because they really seem to lose more than they ever gain. So I never really actually understood that.
They believe what they told them, that being a whore is freedom. I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't make sense when
it is hard to make sense out of it.
Yeah.
because you're right. They're told that if you're sexually liberated and you just go fuck whoever you want, then you're free, you're liberated, you're awesome, you're independent, you're strong, you're woman, hear you roar.
But like, why do you want to be that? Like, what's so great?
And what is the end result of that, right? Like, if you were, if you're so up in all of this that you're literally abusing every man that you come in contact with, what does that mean to the men in your life? Are you capable of having a real relationship at that point? Because I don't think you can. I don't think you can be a feminist and have a real relationship with a man. I'm not sure you can have a real relationship with a woman as a real feminist, because you got to kind of hate everybody equally, right? Can't do anything else. I'm missing a lot of chats right now. So, but Andrew's on right now, so everybody's kind of checked out a little bit to go check him out. I'm actually really surprised you aren't. You don't have him up on your split screen watching him. I normally would have him on my other screen over here, but I don't. Let's see. Last night's whatever was wild. Andrew was a meanie. I know. We talked about that earlier. He was so mean. He was actually like he was the softest I've seen him in a while. So I guess he counted on everybody else just beating him up. He didn't need to. Feminism has gotten to a point that it's indoctrinated these days. They're born into it. Oh, that's interesting. I like that.
Oh, I forgot to say this. I would also take them to the clinic and get them checked for diseases.
Seriously?
Seriously. I worked at an AIDS clinic, so obviously I'm going to use it. Come visit me at work. Just fill this up. Just
Sure. Sure. Night, Chip and Flint. Go have fun at work tomorrow. Don't crash a truckload of oil into anything. Let's see. Whatever should bring on some college age guys, though, you would find equally idiotic, woke, effeminate lefties among the male population. So the problem is every time whatever has brought on a college age male, they clam up because they either
scared,
are deathly afraid of saying anything that will get posted and make them famous and never get laid again, or they simp for every single woman on the panel. And that's why he doesn't bring on college age males.
That's probably why the women are all crazy, because this is the dating pool now.
I mean, you're not wrong. What can we do about that, Kat? What do you think? Perfect world.
Take the mothers, take the boys away from the mothers. They need to be raised by men.
Wow. You are so lucky that there's nobody watching this right now, because that would get you so canceled.
What? As soon as they turn like 12, they need to be with their dads. They need to go hunting on trips. They need to go do stuff, do hard things. That's how you become a man. You can't, they're making the women do hard things, which makes them crazy, which doesn't make any sense. Like, all my friends' mothers are like, you have to do this, you have to get this, you have to achieve this. And then for their own sons, they don't tell them to do anything. A girl will come along and take care of you.
Yeah.
This is the world.
No, you're right. Yeah, consumer debt. I'm not going to get into all of that. I'm going to probably Friday. I've got a lot of financial cool stuff to go on, and I've already abused Kat enough. It's not that much fun. It's just what it is. You've got a simp going, asking about
a shrimp simp. Simping for the shrimp.
Yeah. Yeah. I support this. I went to a military school and it was the greatest thing I ever did in my life. Even though I was labeled a woman hater while I was there. There were only 2 women on campus, and somehow I hated women. It was very strange. Here's one of my issues. Oh boy, you got an ally. You have an ally. You can read that.
He complains about women going to college, degree, safety net route, but what is a girl supposed to do looking at available college males and divorce rate? I mean, this is the problem. It's on both sides. The men suck, the women are crazy. Everybody's a mess. Everybody's a mess. I was talking to my friend's sons, beautiful boys. They're all over 6 feet. They all have good jobs. And I'm like, how come all of you guys are single? What the hell's going on? And they're like, I don't know, man. These girls, and they have good jobs. They're telling me I'm just looking for a girl who wants to like pay half the mortgage and has a good down payment for a house. And I'm like, but you're the guy. What are you talking about? And I'm like, when you go on dates, what are you doing? He's like, well, they pay, half. I make them pay half. And I'm like, and you wonder why you don't get a second date. You're not a provider. You're not providing even a meal. And they're like, well, modern times. And I'm like, there's no such thing as the so-called modern woman. No woman, I don't care how woke they are, is going to like you if you make her pay and you want her to pay the mortgage and then go to work and then have your kids. It's like ridiculous.
Facts.
If she does work, she's keeping that money for fun. That's the reality.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And it's an interesting thing too, because I've been for many years now, I've noticed this trend because again, I had employees, young men, not very many young. I did have a young woman. I did have a couple of young women that worked for me over the years, but mostly young men. And I would watch them just struggle so much, and I don't understand. I never understood why. I just don't understand why. A lot of them can't even talk to women. Like they literally cannot talk to women.
Yeah.
How crazy is that?
Yeah. I was talking to one of my friend's kids and he was like, how come I can't talk to girls like you? And I'm like, you just have a conversation just like you're having a conversation with me. But the thing was, I was leading the conversation. That's what he was missing. A woman doesn't want to lead the conversation. I'm going to him because I'm older. I'm talking to a young kid. So I'm leading the conversation as the adult. But he doesn't know how to lead a conversation with a girl his own age and younger. He has no idea. These kids are they're lost. They don't know how to, I don't know. They're just too weak.
What do you think from a female perspective? What do you think that moms can do to help their sons and daughters equalize back away from feminism and away from simpism and just kind of get back to that? What can the moms do? Because we kind of understand what the men can do.
Yeah.
If they're allowed to do it. The problem is the moms get in the way a lot. So
well, don't let them. Well, the first thing I would do is raise kids how you used to raise them. It used to be you give your girl everything, the boy has to earn it. It's completely flipped. They're treating their sons like they would have treated their husbands. So they're turning their sons into like useless, waited on slobs, spoiled brats. So they are just like sitting there waiting for women to come serve them like mommy does. They don't do anything. They don't get out of the basement. They don't stop playing video games. They're just online all the time. Mommy brings them food. Mommy cleans their clothes. They don't leave the house. It's really sad. And then you have the women, the mothers are yelling at them, get out there and get a job. You can't trust a man. You can't do this with him. You have to. So it's coming from the moms. The moms are being hyper protective and involved in the boys and completely throwing their daughters to like figure it out themselves and like kicking them out early, which is crazy because it's supposed to be the opposite. You're supposed to take care of the girls and then teach the boys to get out there and go make something of themselves.
Yeah,
So you're
absolutely.
traumatizing the women and you're making the men weak.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great observation, actually. It's an interesting observation because my mom, much like Kevin's talking about, his mother told him when he was little, learn to cook, clean, and take care of yourself so you don't need just any girl to take care of you. You can be more selective. My mom told me, never count on getting married, plan on being single for some time, and be able to do everything yourself, be able to do your own laundry, cook your own food, sew your own, sew up, if you tear your pants, be able to sew them up, put a, do all of those things, take care of your pets, learn how to shower. I saw your hygiene thing earlier. I didn't get to watch it, but it looked funny. Your visual was really good. And I just, I think honestly, I think my mom was on to something, right? Like my mom did a really good job of preparing me to just not need anybody else at all. And men used to be that way. I mean, men did not need anybody, right? The problem now is that you have an excellent point. I think that there's a lot of this out there where modern men cannot live by themselves. A lot of, I mean, not successfully. I'm not saying that they can't, keep an apartment halfway together and, eat at McDonald's every day. I'm not saying that they can't survive. I'm talking about they cannot thrive on their own. You don't know which fabric softener to buy. They don't know which detergent to use to not turn their clothes pink and all that shit. It's just,
they turn the men into women, but like useless women, and the women into stressed out, anxious, depressed men.
yeah, no, I think you're right. I really do think you're right. It's an interesting dynamic, really.
Yeah,
I don't
and
know how to fix it. I don't know how to fix it.
well, the first thing is stop telling women he's going to leave you and you're going to be broke as if you can't get a job. That's ridiculous. There's
Right.
so many programs. You can go to college when you're older, and if you're a woman, they give you like a free ride. They'll give you extra money. You can get like housing and stuff. Go to college. You can also, as when you're married, do online school. There's a million things to do. Start your own business. Why do you need to go to school? I mean, I went to school. I got a degree because it was free, but I didn't end up using that degree because
Your
it was
dad paid for it? Your dad paid?
No, my grades paid for it. Nobody to
Okay.
pay.
So
And then,
you mean I paid for it?
no, not a government thing, the
Oh,
school.
okay.
But anyways, so yeah. What else was I gonna say? I forgot.
It's all right. It's all right. It's good. So it's an interesting thing. A couple of things you said. I do think that modern men are not being raised particularly well. I think that's right. I think that's accurate. I don't think anybody can argue that. Modern women are being raised worse. I don't think anybody can argue that. I think
it's the same. I think it's equal. I don't want to say these boys, they can't brush their teeth. They can't make an appointment to do anything. They're completely useless. They live with their moms and they're 30. I'm seeing like these completely useless. They're like children in their 30s.
So like my son, he's 13. He's been taking care of himself forever. Like, I mean, I made him when he was 5, I made him put himself to bed. Like I was like, dude, you know how to go to bed. Go to bed. My mother-in-law was like, he how can he go to bed? He needs to be tucked in. I'm like, trust me, he's going to figure it out. He's going to be fine. And he did. And you know what he doesn't do? He doesn't cry. Because he actually takes pride in it. He's like, oh, I'm a big boy. And I treated my son like a mini adult for a very long time. It's interesting because he is, without knowing it, he is more male than his other male friends. He doesn't realize it quite yet, but we can just take a look at what he's talking about for life path, right? So we were talking about it the other day, and we've been talking about for a while. He's 13. We're planning college. So he wants to go to MIT. That's great school. However, pretty tough to get into. Might not get in on your first attempt. That's a tough. It's tough. You know, it's not guaranteed a spot there. What's your backup? It took him a while. He said, "You know what?" And he came up. I mean, obviously he'd heard me talk about this, but he took the key pieces and put them together. His plan is to go go through an airline pilot program, an ATP program. It's a 7-month program. It's about $60,000 currently. I don't know what it'll be when he graduates. Get his ticket, go be an airline pilot. He'll walk out of his 7-month school into a, I don't know, $90,000-$100,000 a year job right out of the gate with almost zero debt. He could, in 3 years, he'll be making over the equivalent of today, right? If he did it today, he would be making. Sorry, my nose is running. I'm sorry, folks. I just keep having to dab my nose a little bit. I don't know. I may have the AC turned up too high or something. But he, 2 or 3 years in, he'll be left seat. He'll be making like 250 grand a year. His friends will still be in college.
Yeah, and college isn't what it used to be. It's not.
And instead of making 200 grand a year, they'll be $200,000 in debt, making nothing a year.
Mm-hmm.
He can retire after 20 years. So if he goes in, if he gets his ATP at 20, at 40, he can retire with a retirement package with 20 years in. He can still be going to school that whole time. He can go to college. He can go to grad school. He can do all of that while he's working a commercial job. He without knowing it, he has set himself up with a good plan that is accomplishable, that would leave him in a much better situation than most people without even, and that's just by association. I didn't line that out for him. He's just heard me talk about stuff enough, and he knows how to use the internet, obviously. And I mean, it's a pretty good plan, and his alternative to that is he'll go be a truck driver. Same deal. Go make money and be able to go to school at the same time. His whole focus is he doesn't want to go into debt to go to school. He is very focused on that. If he can't get in and he can't get a scholarship and he can't, mom and dad aren't going to pay for it because, we're not going to pay for a second-rate school, right? Like we just told him, if we're going to pay for it, it needs to be top shelf, right? Otherwise, you're going to just goof off, and that's not what we want. Why would we waste our money on cheap stuff? Don't do that. So, and we're not really that heartless. We would help him, but still, it's motivational right now. But he came up with this. It's a pretty good plan. Like, it's pretty all right. And it's accomplishable. The thing is that it's not even like pie in the sky stuff. This is all stuff that basically any idiot could do. Like, you don't even have to be smart. I mean, he is smart, but I'm just saying, he doesn't have to be smart. I think it's really cool. And I don't think that there are a lot of people that even think this way anymore. Like, they don't. It's just like whatever happens today happens. Tomorrow, who cares? We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow's like some nebulous thing. Who cares? Plan for college? Really? Why? Why do I need to do that? So, and I think that there's a lot of this emphasis on, if you don't go to college now, you can't go to college, or you can't get a job, when a lot of really good jobs now do not require college at all. So I don't know. I think it's a very interesting deal.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm trying to scroll through these. I got behind on everything.
Well, I do have to go.
Oh yeah, it's a you turned into a pumpkin right about now, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Well, I think you're just scared Andrew's going to pop in any minute, and you're just bailing
No.
because you're scared.
He's playing video games. Let him have
Is
fun.
he really?
Yeah.
That's okay. I mean, hey, guys like to play video games.
Yep.
I don't, but that's all right.
I do.
You do? What
Yes.
video games do you play?
I only play one, the most girly video game, The Sims. That's
What?
it. It's The Sims. It's like a life simulation game. You can build your own homes, design your own communities, all the little details.
That's a game?
Yeah, it's just relaxing. Organizing is relaxing.
Interesting. All right. Well, I'll have to hold it down over here then. No video games over here, guys. I don't play video games. I'm not a video game guy. Kat, we'll see you on. Are you going to do the day shift tomorrow?
I will try, depending on how I feel. I will let you know.
All right.
Alrighty.
Okay. All right. Well, have a good rest of your night, and don't just be a good human, and have a great night. Say good night to Kat. All right. Let me. Man, I miss like a ton of chats here. Yeah, I don't know. All right. Let me put this up, and then I'm gonna blow my nose. I don't know what's going on with me. I think I probably need to turn the air conditioning down. I got must have had it on high or something. What a weird thing. Been fine all day. All right. Let's see. What do we got? No. So there's in the airline industry, you can they have what I consider zero to hero schools, which is where you basically you don't even have a pilot's license or anything, and you just go to a school for, I think it's about 7 months, and you get everything. You get your license, you get all of that kind of stuff, and you come out and you'll step right in. Usually there's such a demand for people that if once you get your license and your certificate and your ATP, you pretty much will step right into what's called a right seat, or first officer position, and or junior officer, whatever they call it for that particular company. You'll fly right seat. You do that for about a year or two. Basically, you handle the radios. Every now and again, you get to fly the airplane. The left seat, which is the captain, they actually fly the airplane, and a lot of it's just not doing a whole lot. And yeah, you don't need a lot of experience. You just need the certificates. So yeah. What are we talking about? Band over here? What's band? I missed out. Oh, somebody was talking about they were banned. Okay. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of careers like that. Like I actually knew a guy when I was in Colorado. He worked for the railroad, and he was a man. I think he was like an engineer guy or brakeman. I don't know. I don't know what his position was, but he worked for the railroad, and he literally basically rode on trains every day and made really good money doing it. And it was just something that he applied for and he got the job. A lot of people just don't like to apply for jobs. A lot of people have never been taught how to apply for a job. Do you know how stupid that sounds? It's crazy that people do not know how to apply for a job. That is just terrible. All right, night, Adam 87. I see you are out of here. Have a good rest of your night. Might have come on panel Friday night. I can take a question about pressure amount. I may have another guest on Friday night, but if not, potentially, yeah. You were a good guest last week. But I think we got some. I have something else going on Friday night. I think we'll find out. So yeah, it was pretty good. We're mostly going to talk about probably real estate and some other business stuff. It's funny because I just kind of rushed through any kind of business stuff when Kat's on, because again, her eyes just sort of like glaze over and she's just like, I don't know what's going on, and she just, like, you can just tell she's just zoned out because she just doesn't care. The business and economics of racing are really interesting. Would I ever go on Fresh and Fit? I don't even watch Fresh and Fit. Those guys could walk up to me in a parking lot and I wouldn't know who they were at all. I don't know them. So, I'm not saying I'm not saying I never would, but it would be, I'm not really sure, if I would, I'm not sure I would. I'm not sure I wouldn't, but I'm not sure I would. I would like to do that. I actually, the more I think about it, the more I need to bug Brian about it. Brian is so busy that it's just really hard to, it's really hard to get, like, even just getting his attention is terrible. So yeah. Yep. All right. So what else? What else is going on today, guys? Let's see. His grandfather worked for the railroad his whole life. He raised 5 children, retired a millionaire before he died. A person cannot do that in this day and age. You can. You absolutely can. But retiring a millionaire doesn't mean what it meant years ago. For example, I have a, this is actually something I really take exception to, and I really think that the defeatist nature comes out too much, and I'm not really sure. I'm sure you guys don't mean it that way, but it is defeatist. And so for example, there's a guy I know, and I keep coming back to airline stuff because I'm in aviation and I'm around those guys a lot, so it's kind of a new thing. So there's a guy's name, I'm not going to name his name, but there's a fellow that I know. He had a kind of a midlife, not crisis, but he had a midlife restructuring, right? He got, like, downsized out. He was basically tossed out on his ear in his business, and he had to start over. And he was very fortunate to be in a place where he didn't actually have a lot of money, but he was able to leverage his credit and some other things. And he was very motivated because of it. He got his pilot's license. He built his hours. He went to school, got his ATP, and now he's a pilot. I think he's with a regional airline, and he's like, it was like a life-changing thing for him to do that, and he did that at like 45, very late in life. And he will retire millionaire, and his life is 100% changed. Anybody can do it. the fact is that you can't you can't really look, you can't work at McDonald's anymore and get by. I mean, you never could, but now you really can't. There's no way to do that. And like the fellow's first name is Tim. So Tim, his wife stays at home. She's a stay-at-home mom. She does not work. And it's he's going to retire. I mean, I they have mandatory retirement at 60. I think he's 45 or 46 now. He'll retire at 60. He'll have most of a good pension and whatever investments he makes. He's going to be fine. And that's a guy that started at 45. You know, I just really don't. I don't agree that you can't. That you if you don't walk out of if you don't walk out of college into a great job, I don't agree that your life is screwed if that's how your life goes. Realism, inflation, taxes. Look, inflation, taxes. It's taxes are tough, man. I paid a lot this year. I really paid a lot. So yeah. Yeah, that is true, but more jobs pay over 100 grand than ever before, or close to it, like 90, 80, $90,000 a year. More job, even in Tennessee, where when I moved back here, the median income level here was about, I want to say household median income was like 60, 65,000, and I bet it's 80 to 85,000 right now. It needs to be because of the inflation, but that's just the way it is. What is my favorite plane to fly? Currently my favorite plane to fly is the Cherokee Warrior 2. I like that plane a lot. But I haven't flown any of my own airplanes yet, which I need to do very soon. Mostly I need to finish them. And I do not fly jet airplanes, but the airplanes are cool. Rule number one is airplanes are cool. So let's see. Yeah, school maintenance work. Right. Yeah, he's invested in real estate. So I knew this guy when I was in Colorado. He lived in Boulder. I don't remember his first name. It doesn't matter. Anyway, so he was an interesting guy. He basically ruined his life to take care of his overbearing mother, and as part of that, he basically left a reasonable career early and he became a bus driver. And he was a city bus driver and he made a good living as a city bus driver. And he invested in stocks. He had a lot of free time in the evenings, basically being a single guy taking care of, an adult single guy taking care of his mom. And he made very good investments in stocks and was able to retire very early in life doing it as a bus driver, and it wasn't like he made like $1 million on some wild stock thing. He just made 10-15% here and there, and it added up. So that's fine. 45 years old. I own a business now, but I worked for other companies most of my life. Yeah. I mean, I was in that boat. I did that. Part-time jobs. Yeah, I can't do part-time jobs, man. Yeah, 18% of people make over 100K, which is higher than I think it's ever been. Where does that leave the other 82%? The same place they've always been. It's you don't have to make over $100,000 a year to own a house. I know plenty of people who don't. However, here's the thing that I think a lot of people, including myself, tend to forget. You can own a house when you make very little money. You just can't live maybe like you want to live, and you can't do things that other people are willing to do. So here here's where I kind of diverge from a lot of people. Some people are just destined to rent their whole lives. They just are. They always have been. Most people should not live in 3-2 modern houses that 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 4-bedroom, 3-bath, whatever. Gone are the days when a starter home is your starter home until from the time you're 20 until the time you're 50, when you finally sell it and move into your retirement home. That's the problem that we have, is our reality is stretched to try and fit a standard that it no longer can possibly fit at all. It doesn't work that way. It can't work that way. It never did work that way, and we keep trying to make it seem like it did. There was never a time in history where a guy, well, there kind of was, when a guy could just go work and work at a regular 9-to-5 job and come home to a massive 4,000 square foot house and 10 acres and all of that. It just didn't work that way. If he had that, then that meant that he worked really damn hard, and he literally worked every moment that every spare moment he had. He did not have time for any nonsense, because that type of house and land carries with it very specific things. Not true. Not true. I actually looked at a house the other day. It is exactly a starter home. It is a I think 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom, 1-bath, single level. I think it's 180 grand. So it may not be where you want to live, but you can find it. Yes, the average home price today is $400K, because you can mortgage up to $400K on almost no money. Like, you can be a idiot making no more, one step above McDonald's, and they'll give you a mortgage. And people are putting 3% down and 0% down, all this kind of stuff. That's terrible. Yeah. So, yeah, my parents did without many things, weren't willing to do that. We aren't willing to do without. My father would always deal in cash and invest in cash. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's absolutely right. That's how you do it. Can't live above your means. Absolutely. 100%. Let's see. You can become a millionaire. Not everyone does, though. Keep the dream. Yeah, I mean, yeah, everybody can do that. Let's see, what else am I looking for here? Yeah, the average annual salary is $60,000. Yeah, that's true, and that's basically what it is here where I live. I think it's increased some. I would not be surprised if it's higher. Um, yeah, it has to do with own personal will. So I was talking to actually today. Now that we're going to talk about it, today I was talking to. I was talking to my realtor today, and I'm not going to get into that conversation right now. There's no point in it. It's irrelevant, really. But um, there's a but I was talking to to a fellow I know. He's an older gentleman. I know him through aviation. He had an airplane. He sold it. He's about to sell his house, and he's really looking to downsize. he has a 4.3 now that's worth, in theory, it's worth about $600,000. I don't know what he paid for it. I think he probably paid in the neighborhood of maybe 400,000, and he's really looking for he's looking to go smaller because he doesn't need the room, he doesn't need the extra space, and he doesn't even go, he never goes upstairs in his house, he's just using it for storage. And what would be perfect for him is like a 2-bedroom condo with a 2-car garage. That would be like perfect. That would be exactly what he needs. And he could probably buy that for 150 grand. Now the problem is that he'd have to deal with an HOA. So he's put himself in a basket where he's probably not going to find exactly what he wants, but he should be able to find a starter home. And he had actually just about convinced himself that he could, or actually he had convinced himself that he could move to Florida and live in a trailer or modular home, whatever you want to call them, because I guess his mother lived in one in her retirement and liked it, and had lived in a community and it was great and fun time, all that kind of stuff. I don't know, whether or not you could or not. That's personal preference. I really couldn't. I don't want to live in a community like that personally. But it's like $1,000 a month to rent one, and they're like 30 grand or 40 grand to buy one. So here's a problem that I have with all of everyone saying, well, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do that. You absolutely can. You're not willing to. People are not willing to settle for less than what they think they deserve. And so therefore they're always reaching above their limits. And then they get pissed when the bank says, well, you don't qualify for this loan, or it's going to be, your interest rate is going to be so high, your payment's going to be, $3,000 a month, which is double what you could rent for or whatever. So this is the problem that we're facing right now. And virtually across the board, people have no sense of what they should or should not be doing. They just don't have any sense of it. They cannot. They have to keep up with the Joneses. They cannot even, like, I've even talking to even people I know that should not be moving into 3,200 or 4,000 square foot houses. They are trying to because they feel like they have to. I'm going to answer this and I'll continue. Let's see. Yeah, they are a terrible investment. They go down in value, and unlike a brick and mortar home. That is true to some degree. However, if it saves you money and it's a home that you can live in, then it's probably worth doing. And again, he convinced himself that he could do it down in Florida, and I wouldn't do that. You can find a 200K starter home around here. The problem is it's like an hour and a half drive from civilization. So good luck getting to your job every day. Again, that is actually a problem for a lot of people. I don't know that that's as much anymore. There's like a whole thing in the going around right now that Nashville is overpriced, like by a lot, and that the prices are going to drop significantly. I mean, we could talk about Argentina and everything, but it's irrelevant. I'm talking about what we're doing here in the United States, and I think that I know for a fact. So my brother, who's not particularly smart, but he's not stupid. He bought a house for he bought a house in 2020 or 2021. It is about, all housing markets are about to start crashing. I'm getting there. Just give me some time. We'll go more into this on Friday, but just give me a minute. I'm tying this up. You guys just bear with me. My brother, a couple of years ago, he bought a house, and it's perfect for him and his wife. It's, I think, technically a 3-bedroom, but the 1 bedroom's like super. I mean, it's basically a closet. It's super small. Um, but I mean, it's a closet with a closet. You know what I'm saying? It's just a small bedroom, but he uses it for storage. It's no big deal. So he's got, yeah, it's maybe a quarter of an acre lot. It might be a little more. It might be a little less. Who knows? I don't know. Um, but the point is that he can afford it. He paid $110,000 for the house. Now, is it old? Yeah, it is. It's old. I think it was built in like the 60s. It's brick. It's one level. It's plain as fuck. He did, whoever owned it before him, put up a really nice carport and paved the driveway. But other than that, it looks like every other house on the block. It's not a super nice fancy house, but it is a house. It's a brick house, and he paid $110,000 for it. And that's the way to do it. Now, the cost of new homes is always going to be really high because the materials cost money. And that's the way it is. His home will never be $400,000. It will always it'll if it priced out at 200 grand today, I'd be fucking shocked. Anybody can go find a house in a neighborhood like that. The problem is they don't want to. They don't want to live in those neighborhoods. They don't want to live in a plain Jane brick, single level, boring ass house. They want to live in a mini mansion. They want to live in a mech mansion. They want to live with, fucking concrete driveways and swimming pools and shit. And that is the problem, and now we're about to see the fruits of that bullshit, and the housing market's going to crash across the country, across the board. Nobody's going to be spared. It's going to be a bloodbath. If you're looking to invest, you're about to get your chance, especially if you can pay cash, because it's going to get fucking ugly. $1 million homes around here. So there are 2 homes right now looked at this week. One's 1.1 million. One's technically 1.1, but they'll take 950. They say they'll take 950. I think they'll take 900. They might even take 850. These are $1 million houses. One of them was valued and probably sold at around 2 million just a couple of years ago. It's been on the market off and on for the past 390 days. That's over a year. It's been up for at 1.5 million. It's up for 2 or 3 weeks. They take it down, put it back up, take it down, put it up. It's been up and down, up and down, up and down. But it's been for sale for the past almost a little over a year. It's like a year and some months. The lady that owns it is a realtor. She will not sell that house. She just will not sell it for under $1 million. If she would just suck it up, there are people like I think my buddy Dimitri would buy the house right now today for 950. Maybe not. I mean, he would try and get them down to 900, but it would be a reasonable deal for everybody, and she would cut her losses. But literally, what you're about to see is a massive real estate dump, and it's going to be bad. It's going to be terrible. It's just absolutely, it's going to be nuts. And again, as a vulture on the fence, waiting for the carcass to stop twitching, I'm looking every day. I look every single day, and I see the trends, and I see exactly what's going on. And I think that it's an interesting thing. I think a lot of people have interesting perspectives that are not based in actual reality. The actual reality is that yes, the average home price is 400 grand. That's because we built a shit ton of brand new 3.2s and 4.3s that, because they're brand new or just a few years old, they have to get 300, 400 grand for them, every single one of them. I'm telling you, watch what's coming. Just it's gonna be the ugliest thing in a long time. It might actually, because of the way the banks are handling it, it might actually be worse when it's all said and done than the '08, '12 debacle. Well, '05 really, '05 to through '08 into 2012 that culminated in the dramatic, amazing, horrible market that happened in the housing industry. And it's the exact same thing that's triggering it. It's the exact same thing. Um, the it's really bad. It's going to be really really bad. And again, for me, it's good because I can go buy 10 times a house for half the money. It's a good deal for me. I don't understand. I really don't understand why people can't see it coming. Fidgety guy, that's bullshit. Absolute horseshit. The cost of homes in the U.S. right now is driven by market volume. And we built a shit ton of houses because everybody said that we had a housing shortage. We never had a housing shortage. There are empty houses all over the damn place. What we had a bunch of stuck up ass people that wouldn't live in a cheap house. And that's the size of it. And all you got to do is drive across this country and you'll see. Just drive across. Look at all the houses. Look at all the blocks and blocks and blocks of empty houses in Detroit. Empty houses, abandoned empty houses. You can. There was a guy that was that made a couple of videos about buying houses in Detroit at like some ridiculous rate. Like they were I'm giving you the argument. Drive across the country and look. Or just start looking at random ads and you'll see what I'm saying. There are entire neighborhoods in Detroit where the houses are 18 to 20 grand a piece. Just nobody wants to live in Detroit. There's no jobs there. There's nothing going on there. That's not public policy. That's just a simple fact. But the reality is where the jobs are, people built here, right where I am right now, right here, right now. I can drive not even a mile, probably 3/4 of a mile. And there are like 5 new developments that are being built right now. And they're going to be, they're literally, they're not going to be able to sell them because nobody can, there's no way anybody can buy them because they're not going to come down off of the price of like 400,000. So, well, Detroit's not actually, the areas of Detroit I'm talking about aren't actually overrun with crime, although in theory all of Detroit is. But out in the suburbs of Detroit, there are entire blocks of houses that are not unlivable. They are livable, that are unoccupied. There really aren't any jobs there that people want to have, and the weather, the winters are brutal and all of the other nonsense. And crime is a faction of people that live there. Do you honestly think 14 million illegal aliens are renting nice houses? Are you on crack? Are you that naive? Are you that silly? No, they're not renting nice houses. Although I will say that I just rented my house and I did have a couple of questionable responses to my ad that I did not take because I felt like that they were being very shady in the number of people that they were going to have there. Since I actually rent property, and I deal with this literally, well, not all the time, but I deal with it several times a year. The most landlords that give a shit about their houses that would affect the price of rentals. First of all, they do not, like I do not accept Section 8. I do not accept rental vouchers. I don't have to, so I don't. Second, my lease requires that every single adult that is going to live there is listed on the lease. And matter of fact, my lease actually says every person is to be listed on the lease. And if I show up and there are people there that don't belong there, then they get kicked out. Now, maybe in California, New York, Florida, maybe Texas, maybe it is that way there, but it's not here, and it's not that way everywhere. You're trying to use a blanket statement, as always, to just say shit that is supposed to matter. But they're not here. There's not 14 million. There's not a bunch of illegals in my area, for example, that are renting houses. Now, again, I did find there was a couple of questionable responses to my ad, but my house filled up so fast it was not even. I didn't really have time to deal with it. Let's see. Detroit was so. It's interesting that you say that. I agree with that. I'm going to put that. Hang on, I'm going to put that up there. Detroit was so horribly run. Detroit as a city has been just run into a shithole, just absolute shithole. And you're right. They did file bankruptcy. It was right about 10 years ago. I thought it was I actually thought it was sooner than that. But yeah, it's terrible. Yes, I have heard of that in cities like Miami, New York, LA, and all that. They just don't do it here. So sorry. Again, in Nashville, I don't think they can do it in Nashville either. We've got pretty good housing laws here. We don't mess around. See which happened, which part. But yeah, Detroit's fucked up, man. I got a buddy of mine that lives up there, and he's from there, so I guess he's always going to live there. But he's fucked up. He's fucked up about it. Why did the rental and housing prices double in 2021? Seriously? You don't know the answer to that? It wasn't the illegals. I mean, that didn't help anything, but that was not the main driver. Do you not know the? I'm serious about that one. I know why they doubled here. If you don't know why they doubled, I can't take you seriously. If you think it's immigrants, I can't take you seriously. I'll tell you exactly why it happened in 2021. It's because BlackRock claimed $1 trillion loss on their rental property, on their real estate investments, not just rental property. $1 trillion loss. That's why all of the rents and most of the property values were affected, because when they filed that loss, which was an amazing piece of tax shuffling. It was fucking awesome. I wish I had thought of it. I'm not that smart. I don't have teams of legal people to figure that out for me. The minute that happened, it literally allowed them to basically write off a shit ton of debt and fuck everybody. And that caused everything to go up. And it wasn't just BlackRock. I'm picking on BlackRock, but that was the biggest motivator in 2021. 2021, BlackRock, who had been pushing major gains, major gains in profit in their real estate investments and throughout the whole market. They posted $1 trillion loss. I think it was $1 trillion. Maybe it was $1 billion. Pretty sure it was $1 trillion. It was the craziest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. Brilliant use of tax law. Brilliant. Absolutely fucking awesome. They didn't lose a goddamn dime. Not one. They didn't lose a dime. Not one dime. But on paper, they lost $1 trillion. They also got to completely rewrite all their loans the second that happened. The second that happened. And it had jack shit to do with immigrants. The immigrants are just an easy target. Yeah, well, COVID did cause housing production to screech to a halt in many places, which there was a perceived shortage in the housing market. I keep saying that. Maybe I'm not clear on that. There was never a shortage in the housing market. It was a perceived shortage. The realtors obviously needed to sell houses, and it helped them drive the price up, along with 2% loans. The other reason you saw everything double is once in 2021, the interest rate started climbing from 2%, 2.75%, actually, in 2019 through 2020. It started climbing. I think by the end of 2021, the interest rate was somewhere along in the lines of like 4 or 5%. You don't seem to understand. There's no fucking housing shortage, fidgety guy. You don't seem to get it. There's empty houses sitting every damn where. I drive by tons of them every fucking day. Even in New York, I drive by empty houses. That's not the fucking issue. It's artificial. That's not how that shit works. How it works is when BlackRock declares $1 trillion loss, they get to rewrite all their loans. They get to rewrite everything. They reset the entire housing market, the entire standard in one move. It was fucking brilliant. Go look it up. And to it, inflation and interest rates went up. Empty houses are not owned by foreign investors, dumbass. They're not. They're owned by people like me. And BlackRock. BlackRock's not owned by foreign investors. They're owned by fucking Americans. I happen to know, I don't know them personally. I happen to know some of the people in charge of that. I don't know them personally. I just know who they are. So you are trying to put something, you're trying to put one factor as the factor, and that's not it. Yeah, 15.1 million empty houses in the U.S. In 2022, when supposedly there was a housing shortage. Fidgety guy, you are absolutely fucking wrong. Just take the L, dude. You can speak. Yeah, I don't give a shit. I'll give you the damn link. You can come in and argue with me in person, but you are wrong. Back it up. Back it up. You made the claim. Back it up, because you can't. You cannot say it's an easy target to say illegal aliens. That's right. That's why. That's not it. That is not the reason. Go check it out. Prove it. Prove it. You can't prove it. I know you can't prove it. Prove it out. That Max K, actually, I'm going to Max K. That was an estimate. That did not count the houses that were being built and the houses that had been unoccupied for any specific length of time. So, owned by foreign investors. My ball sack. Come on. Prove it. Get the data. Show it. Show me where 14 million immigrants have occupied every open house. Bring that shit. You're full of shit, and I know it, and you know it. Everybody knows it. Bring it. Yeah, they've added $3.7 trillion to the economy. Yeah, who cares? I don't care about that. You made a statement. You made a very specific statement, fidgety guy, that is what drove it up. That is not what drove up the housing market. You made a very specific statement, and it is not the reason the housing market went up. That it can be tracked directly to the interest rate, the inflation rate, and the fact that BlackRock posted a $1 trillion loss, which was, I think, the largest any of those companies had ever posted before. It's not immigration. It just isn't. Bring it. Bring the data for 2021. The claim that you made was in 2021, 14 million immigrants since 2021, that 14 million immigrants have all of a sudden sucked up all the available rental housing, which is incorrect, absolutely false, is not right. Yeah, significant. I mean, who cares? I don't care about the Urban Institute. I want you to show me the data. You're just throwing out shit that doesn't matter to me. Show me the data. You're not getting there. You're reaching, you're pulling shit out of your ass. You made a statement that sounds good and you don't have anything back it up. It's just the way it is. I'm not throwing out opinion. I pay attention to this shit every fucking day. Do you know how much housing prices have fallen right now? Do you understand it? We're on the verge of a housing collapse because quite literally there are too many empty houses. Are you stupid? Do you pay attention to the actual real estate market, or are you just paying attention to bullshit rags that post out what people want to hear? This is actually a really good this is a good statement. Max K makes a really good statement. You can't actually track all of the illegal immigration to start with. So it's kind of you can't really track it. I wish we could. We can guesstimate that there's 14 million illegals, but we don't know that. And they're all going to very specific places, or not all of them, but the majority of them to very specific places, like New York City. Now, New York City definitely has a problem with immigration. If you said New York City has a problem with immigration and you can't find affordable housing in New York City, I would go, yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. They've literally thrown people out. I think Adams had one too many beers. The reason for the increase, the almost double in rent, which it actually hasn't almost doubled. The rent here has stayed the same since 2020. Okay. I think California rent has not doubled. I'd have to check and make sure. I don't really pay much attention to California anymore, but they're a good indicator because they're a big ass fucking city. I don't think the rents in Miami. I think actually the rents in Miami have gone down, or in Florida in overall, I think the rents have gone down. Not really sure about now New York. New York, the rents went way down, and now they're coming back up. So this is accurate. This is an accurate statement. They are getting counted because to get their vouchers, they have to actually sign in at the border on the app. What is it? The one something app? No shit. I didn't know that. That's pretty fucking cool. Come on, fidgety guy. Bring that data. You made a fucking bold ass statement not to have the data at your fingertips. So I was wrong in BlackRock actually lost $1.7 trillion. $1.7 trillion loss. That's pretty fucking massive, folks. Pretty fucking massive. Again, none of that shit says the rents doubled. You made a very specific claim, sir. Very specific. Back that shit up. Show me in a market where the rents doubled and the housing prices doubled because of immigration, sir. You made a very specific claim and I called you out on it. Please stop bullshitting and either back up the claim or fuck off. God damn it. This is not hard. This is easy. You want to be, you do this shit all the time. I just told you $1.7 trillion. BlackRock posted $1.7 trillion. No, it was, no, bully. It was the best. They didn't lose a fucking dime, bully. It's the best tax. 42 billion's a fucking drop in a bucket compared to 1.7 trillion, you dumbass. Shut the fuck up. Get the hell out of here with that shit. If you can't bring the actual fucking data to back your goddamn claim, you son of a bitch, bring it. God, seriously, dude, you made an actual fucking claim. I don't give a shit about illegal aliens. You made a claim that illegal aliens were the reason that rents doubled. That's wrong. You fucking suck. Bring it or get the fuck out. You say this kind of shit all the time. You just randomly pull shit out of your ass and nobody calls you on it. And I've called you on it. You said in 2021 that rents doubled because of 14 million illegal immigrants. Now back it up, you son of a bitch, or fuck off. Jesus. I'm not going to accept data from 2014 for a claim made in 2021. Are you an idiot? Are you stupid? Can you not do basic math? 2010 is not 2021. I'm not crying. You're the one that's sitting there, made a very specific claim and got called on it, and you can't back it up. It's that simple. You are a libtard. You are literally a liberal. I bet you're a fucking liberal. I bet you're a card-carrying Democrat. No, this I already put that up. Yeah. So according, I have to. No, I don't have to provide any evidence. You did not. 42% is not doubling. That's not even 50% increase. You did not do that. 42% is not doubling. It's not double. Okay. Out of state applicants. God, come on, dude. Seriously? Let me go look at this. Where's that data at? TransUnion, a credit reporting agency, by the way, not an actual. Where's that document at? Where's that document at? I want to see that. Anyway, to go back to Boule, if I increase 100% by 50%, that's 150%. No, that's right. They just, yeah, look, he can't admit it, right? He's wrong. He's grasping at fucking straws, and he just knows he's wrong. Boule, here's the thing. BlackRock didn't lose a dime. They only lost it on paper. What happened is, it was very simple. They manipulated the data to show that all of their houses were worth less than they had paid. Well, not all of them, but a large percentage of their real estate holdings were worth less than they owed on them. And so they claimed a $1.7 trillion loss against their supposed earnings, also because the rents had decreased so much that they weren't able to, especially in like New York and other places where people fled during COVID, right? So one thing that Fidgety Guy apparently doesn't realize is that everybody fled COVID. So back in 2020 and going into 2021, you could rent, like, I almost bought a $1.2 million apartment in New York. I almost bought it for $800,000. The reason for that was because they couldn't fucking rent it, and they were losing their ass on it every month. And so I almost bought it. I didn't buy it. It just wasn't that good a deal. It was a good deal. It wasn't like, because I'm a killer. I gotta get it right. It just didn't feel like a right deal to me. I ended up buying one in New York. There's a city tax involved with that. There's a lot of stuff you got to realize when you go to buy property in New York. So I didn't do it. But the property value in New York plummeted. Property value in San Francisco plummeted. Property value everywhere. BlackRock took advantage of that. They never sold anything. They never actually lost money. They only lost money on paper in their valuations. They showed a $1.7 trillion loss. They got to restructure all of their loans, all of their interest payments, everything. They restructured everything into lower rates. Lower rates. Once they did that, they basically, they didn't lose $1.7 trillion. They made $1.7 trillion. It is a genius piece of engineered tax statements or tax law. So the thing is that, yes, in some areas, the rents did go up because people moved from places like New York and other areas that were highly toxic with COVID laws to places that didn't. Here, for example, rents went from, I think pre-COVID, we were paying, the average rent was like $1,600 for a 3.2 or a 4.3. They went to $2,100. I happen to know this because I did it. I need a link, buddy. I need a link. You're not showing me. There's nothing to click on. $3.8 million is not 14 million. You said 14 millions. Bear Stereo loans. Nah, that's a long time ago, dude. I'm shocked. I thought I was the only one old enough to remember that. Why would I Google it? You made the statement, sir. I'm asking you to back your shit up. Why can't you do that? Post a link. Why? Seriously, how hard is this? You can't post links to YouTube? I think I can. Let me see. I really love this article. This is a great article expanding on how BlackRock showed that they lost money where they didn't actually lose money. Let's see where we at. Fidget guy, here we go. Oh, I want it to hang on. I can copy it. I can't copy it. So thehill.com opinion. You're giving me an opinion? The fuck, man. All right, let me God damn it. I'm having to type here. Hill opinion / immigration / 4238. Yeah, fuck. It's not letting me click them, fidgety guy, because of the chat. I don't know how you can get that to me. Let's see. I'm having to like type them out. I can't even copy them and paste them, I don't think. Let me try this over here. Let me try it on the... Yeah, let's see. Oh, look at that. I can't do it there. All right, there we go. Let's go back. When can I go back? Let me get where'd you post that? Yeah, I know that you guys had a big influx during COVID because of the that. Let's see, where is it? Let's see, where's that this fidgety guy? Why won't it? Why won't it let me open this? Let me open the other one. Maybe because it's my link. It's not letting me click the link. And I can't copy it either. Damn it. That's annoying. Oh, wrong mouse. Let's see. There it is. 2023 article, not 2021. Put my mic back over here. Let's see. There's no data here. There's literally no data here. It's an opinion piece with data from the National Association of Realtors who that's not accurate. None of this backs up what you're talking about. One estimate suggests that the Biden administration has allowed 3.8 million asylum-seeking border. What the suggest? Jesus, what the hell, man? You're an idiot. You're an idiot. I don't care about an opinion piece. I want hard data. You made a very specific claim. And it's none of this is backed up, man. None of it's backed up. I don't make specific claims unless I can back that shit up. I told you that BlackRock claimed a $1 trillion loss. I was wrong. It was 1.7. That's because when I make a claim, there's fucking teeth in it. It's fucking real. I'm not a liberal, you dickhead. It's an opinion piece. That's not fact. Do you not understand the difference between an opinion piece that is fudgy with data versus actual cold hard fucking facts, you liberal fascist motherfucker? You're the goddamn liberal. You want to give me an opinion piece. I want fucking facts, asshole. God damn. How hard is it? Here, I'll do it for you. I'll do your fucking job for you since you can't fucking do it. See, I know what happened here is you either don't understand how to perform a Google search, or you just simply pick the top one at the top of the board, because there is no fucking data that meets what you said. Let's see here. The Epoch Times, that seems like a reputable source. Georgetown Law, probably not a reputable source. That's a blog. Can't fucking use that. Baker Institute, never heard of those fuckers, so probably won't use them. Let's see. Here we go. This seems research and consulting. Let's see. Again, it's not fucking factual. It's just expect whatever. It's a fucking tool for realtors to use. New American economy and facts not fear. Welcome. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, you made a bullshit claim and there's nothing to back it up. I did not cite Bloomberg, motherfucker. I just told you that $1.7 trillion is accurate. Bloomberg also is a business paper, dumbass. You are a fucking liberal. You're a lying scumbag fucking liberal in here masquerading as a conservative. You fucking lying son of a bitch. You made a very specific claim and you are wrong. Well, admit you're wrong. Admit you're wrong, dumbass. Admit it, because you are fucking wrong. You said that immigration, 14 million illegal immigrants. Here, let me, if I can, I don't know if I can go back far enough. I will fucking copy that shit and I will paste it. Give fucking Urban Institute, motherfucker. Let me keep scrolling. I would actually have let you go if you hadn't made such an outrageous fucking claim. But since you did, you're going to eat your fucking words, asshole. That's what you said, you dumbass son of a bitch. You said, driven by public policy, not value, in part, supply is impacted by foreign investors, but also 14 million illegal immigrants, which, by the way, you've not been able to back up, you dumbass. And that the second thing is that drove up the price of rentals. Now, you didn't just say that earlier. You said that, as a matter of fact, you repeated that statement twice. Somewhere up here, you said that, let's see. You said this: cost of homes driven by public policy, not value. Public policy allows for Chinese and Russian investors in U.S. housing, which would have been unheard of 20 years ago. Also, not fucking true, you dumbass. You just lie. Why are you a liar? Why are you a liar? You're just a liar. You just make shit up to fit whatever agenda that you have. So this is pretty accurate. Again, it was an exceedingly good use of tax law. I mean, obviously, I think it's fucking unethical, and I think I would not personally do it myself. I think it really is bad. However, I admire the tenacity. I really do. Stop posting liberal shit, you fucking dumbass. You know what? Fuck off out of here. I'm done with you. Fuck off. I'm going to time you out for 5 minutes if you open your fucking mouth again, because you can't without proof. If you don't have proof, an actual proof from a reputable source, shut the fuck up. I don't love open border, dumbass. I'm the one that preaches against open borders. However, that's not why the real estate doubled in value. You fucking dumbass. He won't debate. He can't debate. All he can do is sit there and post up bullshit from his scumbag liberal rags. He's a scumbag. He always does this shit. He always pokes at people, but he never has any actual fucking proof. Right. The whole deal is why in 2021, the claim was that in 2021, rents basically doubled. And they did not. They did not double. I rent property in multiple areas and they did not double. I know what the fuck. I know my business. I don't give a shit what other people think. I only give a shit about what's real. What is real. And nobody has all he's done is post up opinion pieces, no facts, nothing of substance. It's literally all bullshit from scumbag liberal rags that have no facts. I post up actual facts. I don't care. I have no feeling involved in this one way or the other. I really don't give a shit. Okay? But I know my business. And it is not the fact that the scumbag fucking immigrants are what drove the market up. Policy does not dictate value. It just doesn't. He can't debate. He's not going to debate. I don't even debate. I just know that I'm not fucking wrong. Because I do this shit every day. And I don't think people understand what's coming. We were going to get into it, but we were going to get into it on Friday. But I mean, he could. I'll put him on here if he goes over to Discord. I'll give him the link. He can come on right now. I don't give a shit. He can come on with his camera and post shit all he wants, except from liberal scumbag rags that don't have opinion. Yeah, I have a Discord. You are the liar. I posted where you lied. I posted it right here. Those were your words, Fidgety. You said that shit. You want me to put it back up? All you did was post liberal rag opinion pieces, not facts. The closest you got was the National Association of Realtors, which skews the data purposefully to sell fucking houses. They just got sued over it. Yeah, I can do that. I'll just fucking post it. Hang on, give me a second. Where's my? I'll throw that shit up right now. How do I? Let's see. I want to take you back behind the woodshed. I'm going to tell you what. You just don't know, Fidgety. You just don't know. I get kicked out of, I don't even bother going to a lot of the Discord servers, but that's the link to mine right there. Just, I don't know if you can copy it, but you guys are welcome to go join. Come on, Fidgety. It's not a matter of opinion whether they affected and how much they affected the amount of real estate. You made a very specific claim. If you made a specific claim, I don't care. Nobody's denying that immigrants had an effect, but they didn't double the rent. They didn't double the home value. That public policy is not what you said it is. You are attributing something that doesn't exist. I pay attention to the market every single fucking day because it's what I do, and you don't. You're a keyboard warrior that's sitting here posting opinion pieces, and I don't have time for opinion pieces, and I called you out on it, and you won't take it back, and you need to walk it back. You were wrong. If you're going to be wrong, at least be wrong in a good way. I know why rents went up. I know why I raised my rent. It didn't have jack shit to do with immigrants. You said it was a matter of public policy that rents doubled. You didn't say in your area. You said that rents doubled. I say things like in my area all the time because I like to be accurate. You like to make sweeping bullshit statements and you get called on them and then you retreat. This is a problem that I have. That's why I called you out on it. That is the lie. It's because you make a gigantic sweeping statement like prices doubled. You didn't say prices doubled in my area because of X. You also said a very specific number. 14 million immigrants doubled the price of rent and houses. That was your claim. I asked you to back it up and you couldn't. I called bullshit. And you still haven't backed it up. You still haven't shown me where houses in your area doubled because of immigrants. You still haven't done that. You made a claim. You can't back it up. Now stop it. Shut the fuck up or prove it. I would have let you go a long time ago if you just said, hey, I'm just whatever. I was just pulling a number out of my ass. Sometimes the people pull numbers out of their ass. I pulled the number of BlackRock. I pulled 1 trillion out of my ass because of BlackRock because I couldn't remember. It was 1.7. But I went and looked it up and I posted it. It was 1.7. That's what they claimed to lost. They didn't actually lose $1.7 trillion. They just manipulated some data very well. I admire a good cheat. It's a cheat, but it's a good one. You made a claim. You made a very specific set of claims, and then you kept backing it up. And I caught you. And I will not let you do this shit like other people do. Nick, I'm good with moving on. So I actually bought a house in Jersey City, or an apartment in Jersey City this year because the rents were kind of stable, but they look like they might be going up. And so it was cheaper to buy the apartment than not. I asked you to back your claim. You did not back your claim. There's no claim. There's not one piece of information that you provided that backs up that in your area in the year 2021 that rents and cost of homes doubled because of immigration. They doubled because of inflation and interest rates and the fact that BlackRock fucked the market over going into 2022. Coming out of 2021 going into 2022. That's why I posted proof of that. You posted a bunch of bullshit, which is not information. You are wrong, sir. Well, it's how the market moves. I'm just showing you that $1.7 trillion loss. That's more than anything that you posted. You posted like $42 billion. I did post. I posted all I needed to post. You posted nothing. You posted a bunch of bullshit. You still have. You still haven't proved anything. You haven't done anything. You haven't. Keep going. Keep digging. I'll watch. I posted my claim that BlackRock lost $1.7 trillion, and that skewed the market, and it did. I don't have to prove it. I'm not censoring anybody. See, that's another bullshit claim. Or you're a fucking liberal. I haven't censored anybody. I mean, if I ignore him, then he wins because he'll claim that I censored him. I haven't censored shit. But you know what? Fuck you, fidgety guy. You haven't proved shit. And you can't prove shit because you know you're wrong. And I know you're wrong, and everybody in the chat now knows you're wrong. Because you're wrong. Because you haven't proven anything that you said. You just threw up a wall of nonsense that none of it had anything to do with anything that I said. And yes, I use coarse language. And I speak loudly because I want to be heard. You're an idiot. And you've been an idiot. That link was to like 2010, dude. Or whatever. It wasn't 2021. And it did not in any way illustrate a double in price of rent or sales. Nobody, look, if somebody else, I looked at it. You can go, look, you can go in Discord right now. I will pop over there. I will give you the link and you can come on and I'll make this shit happen for you, pal. Where you at? You in Discord yet? I posted the link. You did not make a generic statement, sir. You made a very specific statement. You made a very specific statement. That's why I called you out on it. Because you said in 2021, the rents doubled because of policy, because of immigration, because of 14 million immigrants. That's not what happened. They went down. The reason rents went up in 2021 is because of COVID, you dumbass. And because of people like BlackRock manipulating the market. BlackRock sneezes and the market fucking moves. I don't even have to prove that. Any idiot can do that. Can say that. My argument, you have the weakest argument. You don't even have an argument. My argument is very simple. You can't prove any of the shit. My argument is not weak about art. Okay, I'll take it back. I don't give a shit. I know we all know that the reason why the market moved in 2021 was COVID. But it didn't move in the way that you decided it moved. In 2021, it was the peak of housing prices because the interest rates were low. And the inflation rate was relatively low. You said 2021, sir. Now you're pulling out your shit out of your ass from 2022 to 2023. Homelessness had a record spike in 2022 to 2023 because inflation went almost doubled. Are you this financially stupid? Do you not understand that in the space of about a year, it went from 2.75% interest to 5 and 6 to 7% interest in the space of just a couple of years? Do you understand how shocking that is to the market? It has jack shit to do with immigration, you dumbass. It is simply the way the market fucking moves. You dumbass. You don't understand jack shit about money. You are destined to be poor, you poor son of a bitch, because you do not understand anything. You are blaming immigration, which, I mean, fair in some cities, sure, that's probably true. That was not the point. That would have been actually a good point to make. However, that's not the point that you stated, sir. It wasn't. That's not what drove the housing higher. You dumbass. Yeah, the COVID-free support didn't help either. It's literally, are you unaware of the inflation rate in the current market, sir? Are you aware of how inflation and the how inflation and the interest rate works to stifle home sales? You are the one making a fool out of yourself, sir. You're an idiot. You don't know shit about money. You don't know shit about the housing market. You don't know shit about immigration. You don't know shit about shit. As a matter of fact, I bet you wipe your hand with your ass. And I meant that. Look, he's not going to debate, guys. He doesn't have anything to debate with. Once the interest rates started, once everyone could visibly see the interest rates were taking off, housing rates doubled because houses that should have been $250,000 skyrocketed to $400,000 because people could get a loan for that amount, because we were handing out free money left and right, and because the interest rate was still low, it's 2.75%. We could all see the interest rate going to 5, 6, 7%. And so that drove the market. We all knew that. Anybody with any damn common sense knew that. It had jack shit to do with illegal immigrants. That is just dumb. That's the dumbest thing. I mean, you know, look, sure, in some areas, I'm sure that illegal immigrants came in and they bought up all of the houses in the area, and they bought, you know, they rented everything in sight. Sure, I will grant you that. However, I opened the articles that you posted, dumbass, and they're all opinion pieces. They don't have any facts. They have opinion. When it says opinion in the title, that's not facts, sir. Are you insane? Do you not understand? You are making a claim that you cannot prove. You haven't proved. I keep asking you to prove it, and you keep moving and shifting goalposts and straw man. You're literally doing everything possible to simply not answer the question. Yeah, the rental relief program that fucked a lot of guys, and so you know what happened is that landlords like me, we simply raised rate. We simply raised it. That's all there is to it. You just don't understand, fidgety. I will call you on bullshit. I don't care how many immigrants are here. No, they don't have an impact on housing costs, but they don't have any fucking money, you dumbass. You know, you're ignoring the actual things that cause the housing issue. He's a pussy. He's not going to debate. All he can do is just keep asking questions, and I keep telling him to prove it, and he won't. I don't have any illegal immigrants, you jackass. I am a slumlord, though. I mean, I'll admit. I mean, I'm an aspiring slumlord. Unfortunately, I only have a few rental properties right now. But I'm an aspiring slumlord. Sure, why not? I do charge high prices for rent. I charge actually I'm under market, but I like to stay just right underneath market. This much. You still haven't proved anything. I really want you to prove your point, sir. Fidgety, once again, prove your point. So literally everyone else in the chat is now literally telling you you're wrong, and to look at it before you keep making yourself look like an idiot. I'm trying to give you an out. Go find the data. Go find the data. Go find the house. Fuck. It's the, hang on. It's, let's see. It's a housing market 2021. There we go. Fuck. This is just for Tennessee. God damn it. Fuck. See, I have scruples. I won't post data that only affects one area because, you know, I don't want Tennessee only. Let's see. Where's that? All right. Let's see. I think it's funny that you think immigrants walked across the border and just bought, you know, $600,000 houses. I think that's fucking funny. Here, this is a source here. That's by the way, guys, I am zero cool over on my Discord, just so you know. There you go. That's a source for you. Fucking White House. Fuck off, asshole. That's in 2021. Look at that. Look at that. You know what? Actually, I will fucking answer that. All of the immigrants in my area, they don't live in $600,000 houses. You know what you know where they live? They live in trailer parks. Literally every one of them. Every trailer park from here to fucking damn near Alabama is full of illegal immigrants. They also live in very cheap houses. They do not live in $300,000 and $400,000 houses, which would beg the question of how they would have driven the price of housing to double. So, you know. Yes, they do add to social problems. That's accurate. That's an accurate statement. You're an idiot. You're an idiot, fidgety guy. You know, and I normally put up with your bullshit because you come in and spouting shit about all kinds of stupid shit. But this is you spouted off in the wrong realm, because real estate is something that I know about. You said that housing prices doubled. I didn't move the goalpost. You said housing prices doubled. I specifically said I deal in 3-2s, and they did almost double. They had $250,000 houses all of a sudden at $500,000. So if it's a $250,000 house and it doubles to $500,000, who's buying it? Is it the immigrants? Who's buying it, dumbass? Who's buying the house that doubled in price? Matter of fact, for that matter, when the rent goes from $2,000 a month to $4,000 a month, are illegal immigrants who are getting a $1,000 check a month from the government, are they paying $4,000 a month rent? I don't think you have literally not made a cogent argument yet. You literally have not made a cogent argument yet. 140 IQ, my ball sack. I bet that you are one of those guys who just always manages to bluff their way through shit. But I'm called you on this because this is my realm. I normally, when you spout off about whatever the fuck it is that you say, I just kind of ignore you. But you come into my realm. You've come into my realm. I did explode because you're wrong and you made it sound like that you're right. And I'm tired of your bullshit. I'm tired of it. Yeah, I'm jealous. Well, that's funny. I think you're jealous. I think you're jealous of people that can own places like that. I think that you're jealous that people like me charge outrageous rents by your standard because you're a Democrat, you're liberal. So, yeah. You're the one making yourself look stupid because you still haven't proven out what you said. I called you on it. You keep talking around it, keep moving the goalposts. I literally just posted the thing from the fucking White House. It says that does not mention immigration anywhere in the shelter and housing prices. Literally. And they even give sources for the data. You haven't responded to that at all. And it obviously is for 2021. It is for the year that you mentioned. I'm just telling you, man. It's called data. You should try it. You should get some. You are not a conservative Christian. You are not. If you were a conservative Christian, when you were wrong, you would have said, you know what? I'm wrong. I overstepped. I didn't know. I don't know what I'm talking about here. I don't know anything about real estate, and I just made a fucking bullshit reply to seem like I knew what I was talking about. If you were a conservative Christian, that's what you would say. Instead, you keep doubling down like a Democrat on being wrong. I gave you the White House study with actual data, with actual trend lines, with actual impact. Okay. So you were imprecise. You're the liar. I even said, when I outline this, you dumb son of a bitch. You are literally, are you ignorant, sir? Are you ignorant? Because I literally asked you to walk it back when I said that is not right. That is not an accurate statement that you said. Now you're saying you were imprecise when I told you that you were imprecise. I told you were wrong. And you told me I was wrong, but I'm not wrong because I do this every fucking day. I watch the market every fucking day in multiple markets. So please, sir, I wish I had illegals, to be honest with you. Sometimes, they fix shit. Hey, that's the best source for the year that you asked for it. But honestly, if you'd asked for 2016, I would have posted it from the Trump White House. Unfortunately, that's the best source of data is White House data. They have actual graphs. You posted bullshit opinion pieces from rags, from newspapers. I'm just telling you. That's the way it is. You still can't admit you're saying you were imprecise. Just admit you were fucking wrong and you made a blanket statement that you had no proof of and you could not and cannot and never will be able to quantify, qualify, or justify. You can't. It's not only is it inaccurate, it is wrong. I am being a meanie. You're right. I am using logic. I can only use logic. I can't be illogical like this guy. I can't say something, just pull shit out of my ass and make shit up and then not walk it back. It's too bad Andrew's on stream. He probably would have enjoyed this. This will be my last interaction with you, Fidgety. I will not respond to anything else you have to say. I will put you, I'm not putting you on ignore. I will see what you say, but I'm not, and you can interact with whoever you want to. However, when I'm wrong, I say I'm wrong. It's a measure of a man to say that he's wrong when he's wrong. You are wrong. You need to admit that you're wrong instead of just walking it back step by step. As the more and more I push you with facts. I keep pushing you with facts. I keep pushing you with knowledge, and you keep fighting back. With the best you can do is, well, the source, I don't like the source. I don't like the source either. It is, however, the best source that I can come up with, since I had to provide you with your source for the data that you don't have for the claim you made. That's what happens when I have to go do your job and get the data to justify your argument. I am a colossal prick. You're not wrong. I am an absolute asshole. You've got me. You're right. I'm 100% a fucking asshole. And I'm going to be an asshole because you made a statement that is wrong. And I don't like that. Anybody that's watched me for any length of time knows that if you're going to open your damn mouth and say something, I'm going to call you on it. I mean, have you noticed anything different? I call literally everybody. You have a low IQ, sir. You do have a low IQ. I do not believe 140. I think you're probably in like the 120 range, to be honest with you. But whatever. He also doesn't understand basic finance. That's why he's destined to be poor. This is literally basic finance. Like, blaming the rising cost of housing on illegals is dumb as fuck. Like, I'd love to blame them for it because, I don't like them being here either, but it's not right. Accuracy matters. Accuracy always matters. You would think a guy who's supposed to be smart would be accurate. I'm accurate. If I say something and I'm wrong, I walk it back. Yeah, maybe. It's possible that you have more than in your bank account than I have. Anything's possible. But you are poor, sir, because you do not understand how money works. You are bullshitting yourself if what you've said tonight is accurate. Actually, I can't say that because I don't know that to be true. However, your actions to me seem very, very suspect. I can piss very far, actually. Is Andrew still streaming? I want to go fuck with him for a little while. I'm tired of Fidgety Guy. Fidgety Guy is just a loser. It's weird because, he's always said kind of weird stuff, but, and he accused me of ignoring him all the time and things like that. I wasn't ignoring him. I just ignore everybody when I get busy, but it's interesting. It's very interesting. Cat missed all the fun. No, that's the wrong one. Whatever is right, because that's all you got is whatever. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's close enough, right? Close enough. you don't actually know anything. So, whatever. If you knew something, you would have already given up, but you did not. Well, that was fun. It was actually fun because I don't usually get that aggravated with stuff, but I literally read and I spend a lot of time understanding the markets and how they move. And I understand it. I mean, I have a pretty good handle on why and how the markets move, where they go, why they move, where they move. So I don't know. Well, that was fucked up. So I don't know what this guy's idea is, but he's wrong. The immigrants were not the source of the great doubling of prices. You know what else doubled in price back in 2021? Vehicles. I don't know if you guys know that. Uh, didn't actually double. It was like a third more, maybe. So like if it was a $50,000 car, it would go to 70,000, right? And it was an interesting phenomenon. So right now, for example, there are guys that bought trucks and cars, but mostly what I'm going to say applies to trucks. There were guys that bought trucks and like $20,000 over retail. And it was really stupidly overinflated. And if you bought a vehicle during that period of time, you are absolutely fucked. I mean, fuckity fucked. And so there are guys now that are trying to trade those vehicles in, and they owe so much on them that they're having to come out of their pocket $5,000-6,000 sometimes to get out of that. They just, the market, and I'm telling you, illegals didn't have anything to do with that. Yeah, it was because of all the illegals buying the trucks. And I'm focused, and it happened to cars too. And we could get into electric cars and how that market is just fucked up as well. But I'm just going to stick with trucks here because trucks are easy. And literally, like at the auctions, you can literally see the decline in value of these vehicles month to month. Like every week, it's just like falling into the fucking toilet. And it's that way with everything. And the first indicator, or one of the first indicators I use to look at what's going to happen in any market, especially like the real estate market, is what's happening with vehicles and other consumer goods that people have to get loans on. And when the value of vehicles is starting to drop, that means pretty shortly the values of homes are going to start dropping as well. So, it's an interesting deal. We'll talk more about it on Friday, guys. I'm going to spend we're going to spend some time talking about where the money is going to go in the stock market. We're going to talk about, things that you might probably not be aware of, and what's going on with the real estate market in various areas, and what you can do maybe to you might be able to come out of come out ahead, maybe not. Some of it really depends on being able to move quickly with the market and position yourself. um, but there's always indicators that you can use. And one of the things that we're going to talk about on Friday is where the money's going, why the money is going there, and who. And when I say the money, what I actually mean. Unlike Fidgety, I don't make blanket statements that I can't back up, and I don't. I don't. If I do make a mistake, I'll just fucking say I made a mistake, and that's the end of it. I find it hilarious, actually. It's somebody that brags about having 140 IQ can't admit that they're fucking wrong. It has to be about the immigrants. That's it. Period. Can't get away from it. But he's wrong. I mean, he's wrong about it. We all know he's wrong about it. There's nothing. There's no scale. There's no research has been done into that except some opinion pieces in liberal, mostly scumbag rags, and even the White House, who you would think would love to point to the fact that they're helping illegals. They stuck pretty much to the data and posted accurate shit for a change. Who knows? But at the end of the day, we're going to talk about, and we'll do this on Friday. I'm not going to do it tomorrow in the day shift. I like to keep the day shift kind of chill and light. But Friday, we'll talk quite a bit actually about finance and where the market's going to go. I'm not a pro at this stuff. I just look for very specific indicators and very specific things. Some of those work out for me. Sometimes they don't. I try really hard not to lose money though. And that's, that's just the way of it. This was pretty entertaining at the end. I think it's really actually hilarious that anybody thought I was angry. That's pretty funny, but I was very amused. But I digress. Let's see. How deep are we in on this today? Where are we at? Yeah. We're at like, let's see. Where are we at? Yeah, we're 5 hours in. That's right. Yeah, okay, dumbass. You keep saying the same shit, but you can't prove shit. I don't care if it's 40 million illegal immigrants or 20 million legal immigrants. That is not what moved the market. It didn't. Now you're wrong. You're just wrong. Admit it that you're wrong, and you'll feel a lot better. You really will, because you're wrong. I've told you you're wrong. You didn't give me any sources. You gave me a bunch of scumbag liberal rags with opinion pieces. My God, man. How fucking many times I have to say it, dude? I don't take opinion pieces with sketchy ass data as fact. I didn't even take the fucking White House thing as fact. I was just doing your fucking job to prove your fucking point. I understand supply and demand economics, you dumbass, but you don't seem to understand anything about money and how it works and why it goes where it goes. You don't get it. I keep trying to help you, but you don't get it. You're too smart. You're awesome. You're great. Why the fuck are you hanging out here? Get the fuck out. Go the fuck away. Obviously, it's not worth your time. You're so much smarter than everybody else, but you're really not. And we all know you're not. We all know it, dude. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry that you don't understand interest rates and you don't understand how markets move. I wish you did, but you don't. So I'm only here to mock you, bro. Actually, I'm going to ignore you from now on. I shouldn't have really responded to you this time, but I just, whatever. You just can't get to it. It's just not, you're just not that smart. You want to be smart, but you're not smart. So, yeah, I mean, you're just not that smart. You want to be that smart. You're just not that smart. And, I mean, look, I don't know, there's, the supply. I mean, I would be honest with you that one of the big problems, one of the things that did affect at least the short-term housing market between 2020 and 2021, and this affected me directly, was the fact that because of COVID, a lot of projects got shut down, and so a lot of housing projects, right? Like, I mean, I don't mean projects like where you live. I mean, like developments underway, right? So they got shut down, and then all of a sudden they fired right back off again. But the price of lumber and everything had gone up so high that literally, like, I was going to build 2 houses, right? So back in 2021, this is an accurate thing, and and we'll talk about this more in depth Friday. But this is, since we want to talk about 2021, and I lived it. And this guy's just fucking reading about it in the damn papers, and apparently doesn't know how to read properly. He needs to go to that. Um, he needs to get in on Andrew's fund for kids that don't read so good. But in 2020, I'd bought a piece of property. And I was going to build 4 houses on it, and then sell them. And I figured when I costed it out originally in 2020, early 2020, right as COVID hit, and I said COVID a lot tonight. I'm probably going to get fucking, the video taken down. Right as all of that hit, the first of all, all of a sudden there were no laborers because nobody could go out anywhere, and then everything fired back off again. But the material costs went through the fucking roof. So labor costs went down, material costs went up, kind of evened out, not really. I had this project where I was going to do 4 houses, about $120,000 each, construction cost, and would have sold in the probably $325,000 to maybe $400,000 range originally. And but overnight, my unit cost went from that 125 grand point to about to almost 180, which is significant. And it was a combination of skilled labor cost plus the material cost. The material cost was just fucking through the roof, and it took a long time to come back down. So I ended up closing down that whole entire project. I did not build those 4 houses. I still have the property, and I will build on it eventually. But that's an actual reason why, that can be documented, why the housing cost soared in late 2021, because every house that was built in late 2020 and early 2021, every single house was about 40% more in material cost than it would have been in 2019, 2020. That just by itself accounts for literally every bit of increase that you saw. Unfortunately, immigrants didn't have anything to do with that shit. That was simple fucking math, bro. They're just overnight material costs went through the roof. Couldn't do anything about it. I ended up not building, and it was crazy. Like a sheet of OSB, which is like $20, was $75 fucking dollars for a sheet of OSB. It was retarded. I mean, it's dumb. And so you really can't do that. You really can't attribute, what Mr. FG over there is trying to attribute to immigration and supply and demand. There was supply and demand. He's actually factually correct about that. However, he is wrong in what supply and demand issues there were. The actual supply issues were the fact that you couldn't build anything because you couldn't afford the material. Yeah, I mean, this is true. This is relatively true. Yeah. Yeah, well, in this case, it was kind of artificial, though. I mean, it was a multitude of factors, and we'll talk about it more on Friday. I don't want to really deep dive into all of this stuff right now, but it's it was a really complex time. 2020, 2021, 22 was a very complex time in the real estate market. And, you know, I mean, I quit buying houses because it was, you know, at that point in time, it was hard to, you know, the literally every week the houses were going up and up and up. You had people moving from California to my area that would pay $40,000 over ask for a house, which was crazy. That was like crack. Like who does that? And the that drove the prices up. It wasn't a supply issue. There were plenty of houses to buy. It's just these people had sold a house in California that for $1 million. So buying a $500,000 house here was a bargain to them. So they would just come in and just and throw the money down. So you know, you really can't you really can't attribute anything in 2021. You can't attribute any of it at all to what FG is trying to attribute it to, because it's simply incorrect. It's factually incorrect. Maybe there was a couple, you know, maybe in some areas, maybe like Chicago or New York City or you know, Austin, Texas or somewhere. Maybe I could give you that illegal immigration had an issue, you know, caused issues there. Not in most of America. That was not the problem. It was literally people moving, you know, American people moving from one place to the other. So, you know, he's factually incorrect. And I, you know, I beat up on him a little bit. And I was a meanie head. Is that what you said, Arthrodia? That I'm a meanie head? Is that what I am? Yeah, I was mean, but I was mean because he needed to, you know, he does this shit all the time. And I just had, you know, I wanted to make fun of him, and I did. Yeah. I didn't know Josie was streaming, which is fine. It's totally cool. He's hilarious. I am mean. I am a meanie head. So it is I mean, you know, and you know, the interesting thing is that when I do actually break it down, when I break down 2021, when I break down the 2020 to 2021 period of time, it's actually very easy to see why the market moved in that direction. He's an idiot. Just tell her he's an idiot. I've told him he's an idiot. He's dumb. He does this shit all the time. He does this shit, especially with like religion. I think Andrew's got him like on perma block or something where he just doesn't even see it. So, yeah, if he's losing to Josie, that's bad. So, but I mean, I can literally tell you exactly. I can track that. I don't think people understand how you know, people like me track real estate. I get reports every day from the markets I'm interested in, and every house that's listed that day or has had a price change, I see, and I track the houses that specifically. I track houses for change. Just like, for example, right now there's $1 million house. There's $2 million houses in the area that should be about 950. You know, we'll see if they sell for 1.1, which is what asking is. There's no fucking way. It's just not going to happen. That's hilarious. She's still arguing with him. I mean, everybody knows the reality of it. He just wants to. He gets into this where it's not the causality is what he says it is because it is what he says it is. And it was hilarious that he kept using opinion pieces with no facts as his data. And when I asked him for data and asked him to prove it out, he didn't provide any actual proof of his point. I provided proof of his point, and he called me out on it because it was a White House paper. I'm like, well, fuck, if I got to do your job for you, you know, that's pretty fucking bad. Yeah. So, yeah, whatever. He's I'm sure he means well. He's just not capable of. Well, first of all, he's not capable of arguing. So, you know. All right. Anybody got anything they want to cover really quick before we hop off? That's funny. I didn't know Josie was streaming tonight, so that's awesome that she is. Is she streaming on her Discord? Because he said he didn't have Discord. Yeah, Financial Friday. Yeah, I mean it's gonna be pretty good. We'll do like the last 2 hours, just like we did tonight, except without the arguing about. Because honestly, we wasted a bunch of time with me having to argue with the jackwagon. Imprecise. Oh, she's on our YouTube. Okay, that's cool. He's imprecise. That's funny. He is imprecise about it, right? Like he was not imprecise. He was fucking wrong. Have some fun with me. I had fun with him. I was laughing my ballsack off. So my scrotum got a good workout, I guess. I don't know. But that's funny. It's very funny. Well, you guys, we're going to do the day shift tomorrow. That will be at 1:05. Hold on. Brother, if you figure out, you let me know. I don't understand how he made. It's an interesting claim to make, right? This is the illogic of the claim. Here is the this is how illogical this claim is. Most people buying in 2021 could not get a loan without. I want to say in 2021 it was at least 3 to 5% down. You had to have proof of employment. You had to have, I think most banks require driver's license and all that kind of stuff. So it was with, you can't tell me that an illegal immigrant crosses the border, gets a few checks from the government, and the next thing they're out buying houses. Even $150,000 house. I mean, that's not chump change, right? It's still, it's not easy to do. Now, this is actually about the only answer. See, Arthrodaya gets it. Unlike Fidgety, she understands at least part of the system. You go squat in the home, you're there a year, you make some improvements and can prove it, and then the homeowner has a very hard time getting your ass out. The problem is I don't know of a single bank that will loan money if you just walked in with 15. Well, first of all, it's against the law to do that. It's against the law to walk into a bank with $15,000 in cash, which would be 15% down on a $100,000 house. Let's just use 100,000 for a blanket, just blanket example. You have to have, first of all, money has to come from an account and it has to be traceable because of money laundering laws. So you have to have it in a checking account. They have to know where it came from, and it has to have been there. I want to say my memory is a little fuzzy on this because I actually never pay attention to this box that I check on the application every time I do it. I want to say it has to have been there for 60 or 90 days. You can't just 30 days before your loan origination, you can't just deposit 30 grand or 15 grand in your bank account in cash and the bank approved the loan. They're not going to do it. It actually triggers an investigation. You will be investigated for that. How many? I mean, again, none of this makes sense. Like, there's no claim that you can make that they're buying houses in this way. Now, there is obviously ways that they can buy houses. I'm just saying that you can't make the claim that this is what they're doing. It just, you can't. You can't do it. So it's it's not right. There's just not, you can't do it that way. Now, you could open a bank account, put your money in there, let it sit 90 days, and then it doesn't matter. They don't check to see where it came from. But look, they're banking laws. You can't just make shit happen because you want it to. I know that liberals like Fidgety Guy always like to say, well, you can just do stuff. But you can't do that that way. So let me yeah, I'm about to call it too. I actually kind of want to go see Josie's stream. I don't let's see. Do I have a link to her stream? Let's see. Because that'd be funny if he's getting beat up by them too. Let's see. I think it's hilarious that if she's actually serving his ass up, that would be funny. That would be fucking funny. Enough B ouching proud. It's interesting though that he's getting his ass whipped everywhere because yeah, somebody clip the argument, send it to me if you can. Because of his high IQ. That's funny. All right, guys, I'm gonna call it, man. It's five. We've been in 5.5 hours. You guys have been great tonight. If somebody can, you want and can clip the clip Josie whooping ass on Fidgety Guy, that'd be great. Just send that on over. That would be a lot of fun for me. And you think Andrew's going to do a TikTok raid too soon? Think Andrew? I don't know, man. I'm down to do it. I told him I was down to do the next one, so hopefully I'll get in on that. As always, guys, you guys are the best. Have a great rest of your evenings or mornings, as the case may be for me. And I'm gonna go get some sleep because I've got shit to do tomorrow. You guys, or this morning. You guys have a great. Yeah, we should rate Andrew. Oh yeah, let me see if I can do that. Let me see. How do I do that? Let me see. I'm gonna try. Let me do I have to go to YouTube, I think. Give me 1 second. Don't be a psycho. You know, it's interesting that I've titled this "Don't Be a Psycho, Bro," and we have the psycho bro come in. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? All right, let's see. Let's see. What have I got? Yeah. Well, I feel like I should be able to do it. Let's see. Cat's gonna have to fix. That's funny. That's really funny, man. That's awesome. That's so good. I can't even tell you how good that is. That is great. Let's see. How do I? Let's see. Trying to send you guys over to Andrew's stream. Let's see. Maybe it's here. No, that's not it. Let's see. Let's go to. I think I have to go to the studio. YouTube doesn't make this as easy as it could be, so I apologize. Let's see. Well, it's interesting. Let's see. How do I do this? Let's see. Here we go. I think this is it. No. All right, guys. I'm going to figure out how to do it next time. Everybody, go over to Andrew's stream though. That'd be great if you guys would do that. Let's see. Oh wait, here we go. Let's see if I can do that way. No, I'm not going to do it. Dang it. It's annoying. YouTube does not make this super easy to do. All right, guys, go over to Andrew's stream. If somebody can post the link, that'd be great. Go give him the evening, and you guys have a great night. It's the Crucible. Go bug Andrew at the Crucible, and he will love you long time. Night, guys. Go raid Andrew. Get off my lawn. Go away.